We call the meeting of the State Board of Education for the May 14th, 2020. I'm going to call the roll for the members just to be sure that I know everyone is here. Mr. Williamson will be in and out, so he may not answer at this time. Ms. Newton?
Here.
Ms. McFetridge?
Here.
Dr. Hill?
Here.
Ms. Dean?
Here.
Dr. Moore?
Here.
Ms. Chambers? Ms. Chambers, if you are on the line and muted, would you unmute and say here, please? Ms. Chambers? Okay. Ms. McAdoo?
Here.
And Mr. Williamson, are you with us or not with us at this moment? Okay, he'll be in and out. The commissioner will be or the secretary will be joining us shortly, but we have a terrific honor, and I want to read it to you, and he is in that Zoom meeting this morning. This is with regard to it's a model PLC and end of cohort 1 celebration with the community and staff at Eastside Elementary in Greenbrier. And those of us who are familiar with all the great things going on in Greenbrier, I'm sure are not surprised, and we congratulate them. If you will, stand with me and we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have some recognitions, and they will be given to us by Tracy Webb. Tracy, are you on the meeting?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. The first one is the National Distinguished Schools Award, and each year this award is given by the National Association of ESEA State Program Administrators. They select examples of superior federally funded school programs for national recognition. In 2019, Arkansas had 2 schools that were selected that received the National Distinguished Schools Award, and that was Bismarck Elementary and Greenbrier Wooster Elementary. Both of the schools were selected for exceptional student performance for 2 consecutive years and were honored at this year's conference in February. We want to say congratulations to them. They will also receive a plaque from the department to recognize their efforts.
Okay.
The second.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations to both Greenbrier Wooster Elementary and Bismarck Elementary.
So the second award were the National Blue Ribbon Schools. And for the past 37 years, the Secretary of Education and the Department of Education have recognized schools as National Blue Ribbon Schools based on their overall academic excellence or their progress in closing achievement gaps among student subgroups. Last year, 312 public and private schools were recognized across the nation. Arkansas had 2 schools that were recognized as 2019 National Blue Ribbon Schools. Those were City Heights Elementary in the Van Buren School District and Sequoia Elementary in the Russellville School District. Both of the schools were selected for being exemplary high-performing schools. They were also honored at a national conference in November and will also receive a plaque in recognition of their accomplishments from the department.
And congratulations to City Heights Elementary and in Van Buren and Sequoia Elementary in Russellville. We have had many recognitions that involved districts and students during March, April, and now in May. And, you know, unfortunately, because we are not able to entertain people from outside the area and at the meeting, but Lord willing, and if we get to meet in June, hopefully any of those who feel comfortable and want to come are more than welcome to come so we can recognize you, or if not June, at some point in the future. I also want to mention all all of our graduates, and for 2020, whether it be the ones in elementary get all excited, or the high school graduates and the college graduates. I have 4 in my family, a grandson, 2 godchildren, and a niece. I know Miss Newton has a granddaughter, and also a granddaughter that got the presidential scholarship semifinalist, and I know we just proud of that. Do we have others on the board who have graduates in their family?
I have a daughter, Jasmine, that is graduating this year as well.
Well, congratulations to her, Miss Dean. Anyone else?
I have a grandson graduating from Harbor High School this year.
Congratulations to him, Miss McFetridge. Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Are there any changes of which anyone is aware to the agenda?
Yes, this is Jennifer Lake, attorney for educator effectiveness and licensure, and I would like to remove Blake Barrow from this month's agenda.
I'm sorry, remove who?
Blake Barrow.
And is that a PLSB on the consent agenda? Or, oh no.
It's the licensure.
Yeah, I see it now. It's on the action agenda, so remove that one. Is there anything else, Ms. Link?
Not from me.
Okay, anyone else have a change to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, does anybody have anything they want to discuss or pull from the consent agenda? Ms.
I
Chambers?
have just a,
Okay, Ms. Newton, sorry.
okay. I have just a general question. It's not specifically about any one item, but it's about several of the ethics things in general. If someone can answer that question.
Ms. Douglas, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Newton has some questions. Can you hear her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay.
Ms. Newton, if you'll go ahead.
My question is, several of the ethics that were on the consent agenda, several of them had resigned, and one of them specifically was a 1240. Can you talk to me a little bit about if the consequences go through, what happens, what's in the process after they are after this goes through, as far as if they go and apply for another job, because most of these have resigned.
There would be considered was I believe she's a level 1 public notification. And so that would be sent out and to school districts.
So if I'm understanding, that would mean that if she applied for a job, that they would be notified of the violation.
Correct.
Any other questions from any of the board? Did that address your question, Ms. Newton?
I don't think I heard the answer to it. I just wanted to know if these that have resigned, including the 1240 waiver, with the district that was trying to hire them, would they be notified of the violation?
Ms. Douglas?
If requested.
Okay, you're getting feedback. I'm not sure why. Okay, Miss Dr. Pfeffer is in the room. I'm sorry, I've got my missus and my doctors all messed up. Can you address that question, Miss?
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Pfeffer?
We're gonna have feedback, I'm afraid.
You're getting the feedback too. I think it's because you're at the back of the auditorium and you also have Zoom on. Okay, bear with us, panel. We're monitoring and adjusting. Yes. Okay.
Test.
Okay. Ms. Newton,
Testing.
the notification of that will go on else, and if the district that's where the educator applies goes there and looks, they will know what's going on. Now, I know there are times when teachers changed districts, and I guess the person hiring them did not check that out. So, but every district won't be sent like a notice or an email in writing. They would have to actually take the initiative to make sure that's done. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. I've got it now. I just wanted to make sure there was something somewhere that if a district wanted to know that you know, this 1240 teacher and other teachers had problems in the past, they could be aware of those. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on those items? Okay, I think I have some. I'm not sure if the same panel heard all of these cases, Ms. Douglas or Mr. Dugan, but it seems that based on past cases, the penalty seems very lenient based on the infraction. And I don't know if y'all can address that, or I'll just make the comment and express my concern.
Typically, it depends on the stage of the action. They're all addressed by the same panel in the beginning. If the educator requests an evidentiary hearing, those panels differ.
Okay, so all of these were heard by the same panel since it wasn't a full-blown evidentiary hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if any of the other board members noticed it, but it did seem that based on the issues at hand, the written reprimands were things that I think in the past have been probably probations and maybe should be.
Something we've talked about in the past, because it does seem that sometimes the consequences are kind of all over the place. And to get to be where we're more consistent with them, we've talked about maybe doing some sort of a standard setting, similar to what we do whenever we're coming in and to review test items, doing some sort of standard setting. That way, no matter which group was coming in to review a violation, hopefully we could get to where we would be more consistent. I know that's something that Dr. Pfeffer and I have discussed in the past. And so I don't know if that's in the works anywhere, or if that's something that we need to try to look at to move forward with. But, you know, I know that in the past we have had problems with consistency.
And I do appreciate the fact that now they put up the mitigating and the different circumstances. But anyway, it just, that was something of note to me, and I felt compelled to address it here. Dr. Hill?
Ms. Dillon? Yes, I want to echo that, because I think there should be a standard of how we're applying discipline to professional, and it's not so subjective based on each and every case. So I want to echo Ms. Newton, and that's something that I hope that we can do quicker than later, and that we'll know as we're approaching the next school year. Because I think from a level of consistency, that's really, really important for us as a state board to make sure that we're being consistent across all, because with everything that comes to us.
Yes, I agree, Dr. Hill, and I think rather than putting the sole responsibility for that on Ms. Douglas or whoever is working with PLSB, that we perhaps can have a group of board members or an individual board member meet with the PLSB and express to them our concerns, and they can then better help us understand where they're coming from. Does that meet what
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
discussing? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Second.
second by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first item on the action agenda is Ms. Link. Is, if you will, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you will present, and if you'll get close enough to the microphone so that we can hear you clearly.
Okay, can you hear me
Yes.
now? Okay. Good morning. Jennifer Link, attorney for Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. Before you this morning is a waiver request for educator Zachary Nidifer. He is requesting a waiver for a disqualifying offense. And I believe Mr. Nidifer is on the call or the Zoom. Mr. Nidifer, if you're on the Zoom, can you unmute yourself?
Does anyone see his name? Oh, I see it up here. Yes. Nidifer, if you will, please unmute.
Mr. Nidifer?
It still says he's muted on mine. Maybe he's looking for the unmute button. I understand if that's the case.
Well, while we're waiting on him, I can go over the rules.
Okay, that'd be great. I do, maybe he can hear us.
Okay. Under the rules governing background checks, the educator and the division each have 5 minutes for an opening statement. Board members may ask questions at any time. Each party will be given 15 minutes to present their cases, beginning with the representative for the division. The chairperson of the state board may, only for good cause shown and upon the request of either party, allow each party additional time to present their case. Each party has 5 minutes to make a closing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lake. Ms. Nidifer, I see that, Mr. Nidifer, I see that you are unmuted now. Did you hear the method of presentation that Ms. Link gave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Link?
Yes, would you like to swear in the educator?
Yes, do, okay. If you will, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. We will start with Ms. Link. You will present the case first, or he?
I will present the case first, but I'm waiving my opening. So if Mr. Nidifer would like to give an opening, he can do so at this time.
Okay, would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, just a short one.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Okay. So about a little over a year ago, I received a DUI. which is embarrassing enough. But the worst part was that my 11-year-old son was in the car with me, as I had a couple of drinks with dinner and then found out that I needed to take him to a baseball game. And then on the way home, I hit a curb with the front passenger tire of my car while turning, and there just happened to be a police officer that witnessed that and pulled me over. This is the first offense that I've ever been arrested for. And since then, I've done my best to try to make amends for it. I've sought counseling. I've stopped drinking entirely. And I'm really just trying to move on.
Okay, thank you. And would you say your last name for me so I don't continue to butcher it?
Yes, it's Nidifer, actually.
Nidifer. Okay, I'll do my best to pronounce it correctly. Ms. Link,
I'm quite used to it.
Ms. Link?
Yes, ma'am. So I'll begin with my presentation. Mr. Nidifer, I'm sorry about that, is a licensed educator, and his license is valid until December 31st, 2020. And his license is marked Exhibit 2 in your package that I emailed earlier. The division received information that Mr. Nidifer was found guilty of disqualifying offense, endangering the welfare of a minor, and his sentencing order is labeled Exhibit 3. Notice of the disqualification was sent to Mr. Nidifer on March 26, 2020, and he's here today from that notice. Mr. Nidifer subsequently requested a waiver, and Arkansas law provides that the state board shall not renew an existing license and shall revoke any existing license not up for renewal of any person who has a true report in the Child Maltreatment Central Registry or no low contemporary to or has been found guilty of any of the enumerated offenses in Arkansas Code annotated 617-410. Endangering the welfare of a minor in the first degree as prohibited by Arkansas Code annotated section 527-205, or endangering the welfare of a minor in the second degree as prohibited by Arkansas Code annotated section 527-206 are both disqualifying offenses, and that is labeled as Exhibit 1 in your packet. The division is tasked to prove by preponderance of the evidence that the educator was found guilty of a disqualifying offense listed in 617-410, and all the evidence provided in your packet does that. So this concludes my presentation, and if there are no further questions, I yield the floor to the educator.
Okay.
Wait
just 1 second.
Okay.
I think I have one question before we go through this presentation. When they say endangering a minor, do they elaborate on exactly what took place to endanger the minor, or is it just a generalized term and it could mean several things?
It is just a generalized offense, and it could mean several things. Specify which type of endangerment.
Okay, and was it turned in as a true finding on a hotline?
No, he doesn't. No, to my knowledge, he does not have a true finding. He was only charged with endangering the welfare of a minor in the second degree.
Okay, sir, you may proceed.
Okay. I just would like to express my apology, I guess, for the offense that I committed. And I know that it was a huge and horrific mistake. I believe that it's something that I have learned from since then. And the charge itself was put under advisement by the Centerton court. And after 1 year, that should be off of my record.
Anything in addition?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Link?
So in closing, Mr. Nidifer was found guilty of endangering the welfare of a minor, and that is a disqualifying offense, and the board has the statutory authority to take action. Evidence for the board's consideration should include the age at which the crime or incident was committed, circumstances around the crime or incident, the length of time since the crime or incident, subsequent work history, employment references, character references, and other evidence demonstrating that the applicant does not pose a threat to the health or safety of school children or school personnel. Just as a reminder, the board has the power to grant the waiver or put certain conditions on the waiver, for example, professional development, probation, or a reflective statement.
Okay. And what age was the child, the student?
He was 11.
11. And was he a student of yours?
No, he was my son.
It was your, okay. Board members, anyone have questions of either Mr. Nidifer or Ms. Link?
Yeah, I want that.
Okay, Dr. Hill?
Yeah, I want, Zachary had mentioned he had been in counseling. How long have you been in counseling? And are you continuing to go? Have you joined any support groups or? I heard you say that you quit drinking completely, and I just want to know what's the status of your rehabilitation.
I've attended several AA meetings. I've since moved to Oklahoma, and I have my first appointment to begin counseling again coming up. But I was in Arkansas receiving counseling.
So you're going to continue your counseling?
Yes, sir.
Is there a time? Do you have? I guess my question: do you have a plan of action for your new counselor? They're going to give you that. You know how long you will remain in counseling to this process?
Well, the counseling is by choice, and I just believe that it's helpful to me. So I don't plan on stopping at any time soon.
Okay. Are you applying for another job in Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, okay. So will you have a sponsor through your AA meetings or whatever that you will continue to do?
Once I find a place to go to, yes.
Okay. I think, I'm very supportive of restoration, but I think it's very important that you have a game plan for recovery and for being a teacher, and you understand the liability that you could have created for your own family and
yes,
and others. I mean, that's something we as a board can't take lightly, but we need great teachers, and you can learn from this. And I don't think our experiences can help us in the future. And I think if you can use this as a learning experience, I'm going to definitely support you have an opportunity to do that. But if you're not continuing in what you're counseling and your personal rehabilitation, then I have a problem with granting you that.
No, I definitely plan to. My wife is helping me see that through as well.
Okay, that's all I have, Ms. Hill.
Okay. Any other board member have questions of either of the two of the presenters?
Yes, I would. This is Sarah,
Dr.
and
Moore?
For Miss Link, I was confused. So, is this the same individual that we voted on in the consent agenda for PLSB?
Yes, but it's for a completely different incident. The two are not related.
Okay, so if we are to grant back the license, it looks like there would be a 6-month suspension. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Would those 6 months start when they became an employee of a district in the state of Arkansas, or does the 6 months start based on our vote at this meeting?
I would defer that to Ms. Douglas because I'm not sure. I know that's the PLSB issue.
It would start at the signing of the state board order from the consent agenda today.
So part of the 6 months would be during the summer when we're not in school?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Dr. Moore, did you have anything further?
No, I don't know if it'd be appropriate to, I guess we can't discuss that case. Is that correct?
No. You can only discuss the information that was included on the action agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board member?
Had the same concern as Dr. Moore, the same observation, I guess I should say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dean. Does the board want to have further discussion before someone makes a motion?
Well, it sounds like our feelings are based off collectively rather than individually. So how can we do that? Or is it possible?
Say it again, Dr. Hill. I'm not sure I clearly understood what you said.
No, I was saying we're looking at two individual situations, and it seems like as a board, we want to look at them collectively rather than individually. And I said, right. Is there a way that we can do that?
Ms. Link or Ms.
Even
Douglas?
though they're separate.
Yeah, Ms. Ms. Link?
Yes, ma'am.
His question is if there's two different things, one of which was a 6-month probation and the other was a disqualifying offense, we moved on the probation, so we still have to look at this as an individual, not as collective. Is that correct?
That is correct. The jurisdiction for us to revoke his license through this particular incident has nothing to do with his PLSB, but it would influence the outcome of it because this is up for revocation. So, but they're two totally separate incidents, and I'm not even privy to the PLSB incident as the licensure attorney. So I don't even know what happened. So this is strictly based on this incident, which came up with background check.
Okay, and is this disqualifying offense one of those that in the future a person could get their license back if we took away the license, or is this disqualifying offense one that they could not? Mr. Dugan, are you on the phone? Because he always...
Yeah, I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So Act 628 of 2019 allows the board the discretion to reinstate a revoked license as long as it doesn't involve sexual or violence against a child. And so a sexual violence against a child. So, I mean, endangering the welfare of a minor from a DWI, it's a pretty common charge that's associated in this type of instance. And so there's an argument for it, but I think the counter argument would be that this was not a sexual, this wasn't a violent offense. So I would think that he would be able to get his license reinstated if it was to be revoked in 10 years under Act 628. But again, the reinstatement of revoked license is at the board's discretion. So I would say it's not sexual and it's not violent. So I would think that he's fine to get it reinstated.
But if we removed his license, he would not be able to reapply for 10 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, board, with all the information that you have and having seen... Yes, Ms. Newton?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
We've read so many rules in the last few weeks that they're starting to all run together. So you help, maybe somebody in legal can help me. Did I read a rule that said that if a violation was expunged from a person's record, that could not be that they could not, that would be a reason they couldn't have their license removed. Did I read that somewhere in a rule? And I'm thinking I did. And I think in a year that it would
Dugan,
not,
I think,
it couldn't be taken off in a year.
Yeah, I think Mr. Dugan.
That's correct, Ms. Newton. It used to be that if it was a sexual or violent offense, then they would have to wait. If it was a disqualification, they had to wait 10 years. So, for example, and now they changed the law where if it's sealed and it's not sexual and it's not violent, then it's no longer disqualifying. And so in this instance, Mr. Nidifer was convicted of a Class A misdemeanor. Once he's completed his sentence, he will be eligible to petition the court to have that sealed. And so, like that, whenever he completes that sentence, he files a petition with the court, and the court has the discretion to grant that petition. And if they grant that petition, it's no longer disqualifying because according to the law, it's been sealed. So, yeah, if he was able to get it sealed after his sentence, then it would no longer cause him any issues.
Okay, so in a year's time, he would be eligible for the license anyway, or if we did away with it, he would have to wait the 10 years.
Correct. So today, if let's say the board voted to revoke Mr. Nidifer's license, he would have to wait 10 years before he could ask for it to be reinstated. The criminal issue as far as getting it sealed is whatever Mr. Nidifer's sentence was, and I think Mr. Nidifer said, I didn't hear 100%, but once he completes that sentence, it's a Class A misdemeanor, so the court would only have jurisdiction for a year. So he's probably done some of the sentence. So once that's done, he can file a petition with the court. And in my experience, the court would grant the petition. And so if the court granted the petition, he would not even be here because we would not have jurisdiction to even bring him before the board because it would have been sealed. So yeah, once it's sealed, it's no problem. And so if this was 6 or 7 months down the road and he had it sealed, his background check would have been approved.
Okay, so probably when his 6-month suspension is up, it would be approved anyway.
Probably that's obviously up to the judge there, the district court there in Centerton, but it's a Class A misdemeanor, and in the criminal sense, it is not a very high-ranking offense.
Okay, so more than likely 6 months, then this would not even be an issue. Okay, all right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, the question is, if he, are you applying for a teaching job in Oklahoma?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the question becomes, if we suspend his license or revoke his license, would Oklahoma be able to check that in Arkansas and realize that his license is currently either suspended or revoked, and therefore he would not be able to get, I guess at their discretion, be able to, at least not in a reciprocal manner, be able to be employed as an educator in Oklahoma? Mr. Dugan?
Beg your pardon, Ms. Zook. We're actually experiencing some technical difficulties over here because we got a bunch of folks over here. What was the question?
The question was, he said he is applying for a job as an educator in Oklahoma. If Oklahoma looks at his credentials in Arkansas and we have revoked or suspended his license, would that then be at their discretion about whether or not to employ him, or would they be able to absolutely not employ him, or is that at their discretion?
So, not too familiar with Oklahoma's law on this. Arkansas, he would not be able to because of that suspension from the PLSB. So what happens is with suspensions and revocations, they're reported to NASDAQ, the National Clearinghouse. And so Oklahoma would, pull up his record on NASDAQ and they would see that suspension order. And then they would also see, if it was revoked today, that revocation order. And I would hope Oklahoma's law is like Arkansas, to where, yes, he would not be eligible to work. But again, I don't know that, but it would be reported to NASDAQ. So whatever state Mr. Nidifer went to, it would pop up.
Okay, board, did you get all of that?
Yeah.
Yes,
Here's my opinion, and I don't know what the board pleasure is, and I'm fine either way, whatever they want to do. But because of the way Mr. Dugan described the level of the offense, and he's already got a 6-month suspension, and potentially at the end of that 6 months, the decision would be sealed. I think that I don't know if we would do a concurrent 6-month along with the 6-month that he already had. I don't know if that's possible, but to wait the 6 months before he would be eligible to teach again.
Okay, any other discussion or input from board members?
I agree with Ms. Newton. That's basically what I understood from Mr. Dugan, that once the 6 months is over, it really wouldn't matter anyway. So I'm okay with allowing him to teach after that 6 months is over.
So basically, we're talking about semester.
That's what it sounds like.
We would be talking about semester. This is May, and he would be.
May I be recognized?
Ms. Freno?
Yes, I just want to be recognized. I want to make clear that we do not know if this offense will be sealed or not. I just want to make that perfectly clear. We don't know if it will be sealed or not. So as the board's thinking through this, it shouldn't assume that that offense is going to be sealed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Freno. Did everyone hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Hill?
Yes, I heard.
Okay. Does the board want further discussion, ask more questions, or is someone ready for a motion?
Can I ask Ms. Link a question?
Sure.
Ms. Link, would we need to make a motion to have a 6-month suspension in addition to the one that's already gone, so it would start from today? How would we need to do that, or would we go with the one that's already in place?
I believe that'll be up to you all. You can, like I said, you can add conditions. So if you all want to, I guess, do a concurrent suspension, you can. I think that's up to you guys.
Okay.
So the motion would be, if that was the pleasure of the board, the motion would be to accept what's already in place and take no further action?
Just to hold with the 6-month suspension that he's already tasked with.
Yes.
I make that a motion.
Okay, can you restate it so it's clear to him?
I move that he is faced with a 6-month suspension to go concurrently with the other PLSB order, I guess starting from today's date.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Newton, a second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. I hope and wish you well and understand that endangering the child, whether it be your own or someone else's, we take very seriously, but being your first offense and not being a felony, we want to help give you the benefit of the doubt.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Okay, board number 2 was pulled, so we now go to Mr. Pennington and Mr. Dugan. I think that's yours, and Who is the attorney, Mr. Allgood? Is the attorney, who is the attorney for Mr. Pennington? You're on mute. Okay, you're logged in under Amy Douglas, and I know you're not Amy Douglas, so.
I am not Amy Douglas.
Okay, we've got the feedback, so we need to work on that.
Mr.
Hang on. Hang on.
Okay, try it again. Okay. Are there several of you in the same room, all logged in on separate Zooms?
Can you hear me?
Yes. It's
Greg
much
Alligood
clearer
here.
now. And identify yourself, please.
Well, I'm not hearing her.
Okay.
Can you hear me? This is Greg Alligood.
Yes, Mr. Alligood.
Okay. Isn't technology wonderful? I am identified on your screen as Amy Douglas.
Yes, you are.
I'm not Amy Douglas.
No.
Miss Max Pennington is with me,
Okay.
and we are present in the meeting room in the offices of the PLSB just behind you, in the hopes that we were going to be able to video with you on the big screen. But as long as I see you, Chairperson Zook, and Mr. Key sitting to your right, and if you can hear me, then hallelujah.
Okay, let's see if you can hear Mr. Dugan.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
I hear Mr. Dugan as well as see him.
Okay, it's just me that you can't hear?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, we're good to go. Mr. Dugan, would you go over the rules, and then we will start the process?
Definitely, and apologize about that, board. Mr. Alligood and I were trying to use the system over here at PLSB, and we've been working on it since about 9:30. It looked like we almost had it working, but it decided to not do it. So we're back in separate spots. So hopefully it's not too much feedback.
Let me interrupt you briefly and ask you if you will speak more slowly. It's difficult to hear on the microphone when you're speaking quickly. Mr. Dugan?
That is going to be a challenge for me to speak slowly, but I will do my very best.
Okay,
Ms.
Mr. Dugan is frozen in place, so while he works on that.
Well, one of your tech whiz guys is over here, and so I think he's headed to Taylor's office as we speak to see if he can get us back with us.
Okay,
there he is.
There he is.
Still frozen.
Okay, Mr. Dugan, if you will go over the rules for the board.
Hear me?
We can hear you. He's frozen again. I tell you what, Mr. Allgood, if you will, one thing that I know for sure is we'll have to swear you, your client, if they plan to present and or testify, and anyone else. So if you will have them stand and raise their right hand.
It's not my intention for Mr. Pennington to testify. However, I realize some board members may have questions for him. So he is standing up and he is raising his, well, there he is. He's raising his right hand.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pennington. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, I heard that. Thank you. Mr. Dugan is getting assistance. Are you back, Mr. Dugan?
You know, we could,
That should be better. I hardwired into the system, so that should be better.
Okay, that is much better. Thank you.
My apologies. And so, going back to the rules, so this was an item that was removed from the consent agenda, and the state board may do that under section 16 of the rules. And the educator will be allowed 10 minutes, and then the PLSB will be allowed 10 minutes. This is a case where both the PLSB and the educator agree on the recommendation in this case. So Ms. Douglas is in the room with me, and I expect that you should be asking the board to approve it, but I'll let her speak on that herself. However, Mr. Allgood filed a motion for recusal to the board in this case, and so I'm here to deal with that. And so the board will have two things to do today, is rule on Mr. Allgood's motion for recusal, and then the other thing is to whether accept the PLSB recommendation or send it back to an evidentiary hearing with the PLSB. Mr. Pennington never had a hearing. This was a case where the ethics subcommittee, that first level, made a recommendation, and Mr. Pennington accepted that recommendation, so he never had a hearing. And so these reviews are not hearings under the APA. So if there was anything changed to that sanction that Mr. Pennington does not agree with, he would have to be given that opportunity for a full-blown hearing with the PLSB. And so if questions, I will yield the floor to Mr. Allgood for his motion for recusal and more information for the board.
Okay. Do you understand, board, what they're talking about? State board members, like judges, use their own mind about whether or not they can fairly and objectively hear a case. And if you do not feel that you can be fair or objective, then you should recuse yourself. If you believe that you can be both fair and objective, then you do not have to recuse. Are there any questions from the board members? Seeing none, are there any of you that believe that you cannot be fair or objective and choose to recuse? Seeing none, Mr. Allgood, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. Regarding the issue of recusal, I see that everyone has made a decision as they have determined their heart and their mind to be. It is true that the decision to whether or not to recuse is within each individual board member's respective discretion. I just want to very briefly touch on the history of this case as it relates to proceedings before the Department of Education. You may recall that at your August 8 board meeting, there was a gentleman who had requested to be a part of the public comments. His name was Johnny Smith. And when he started talking about Dumas and Max Pennington, Mr. Key informed him that his office had received numerous inquiries about Mr. Pennington and the situation in Dumas, and that he had referred them to the Professional Licensure Standards Board, which handles inquiries in a confidential fashion. So he didn't even know but what the PLSB might not be investigating that case. You, Ms. Zook, you may recall, reiterated that it could very well be being investigated by the PLSB and y'all wouldn't know anything about it. I promise you, Johnny Smith knew that it was being investigated by the PLSB because the person who filed the complaint was present with him before you on August the 8th. Be all that as it may, let's give everybody the benefit of the doubt as far as the August board meeting was concerned. But just a couple of weeks later, board member Dr. Fitzhill attended a public forum in Dumas. It took place on August the 18th. of 2019. It's my understanding there were perhaps a couple of dozen folks present. I wonder if at that point he was aware that there had been a PLSB ethics complaint filed against Mr. Pennington. But then Mr. Smith shows back up on September the 12th and brings 3 folks with him, and he handed out a packet of documentation to you. Now, I requested a copy of whatever that documentation was that he gave to you, and that delightful young lady who handles the FOIA requests, Brittany Kincaid, she searched high and low and reported to me that it could not be found. Well, let's give everybody the benefit of the doubt as far as the September board meeting is concerned. But Mr. Pennington was on the agenda for February, so everybody knew at that point in time that there was a PLSB investigation and recommendation concerning him. Now, the week before that meeting, I looked online and your agenda showed him to be on the consent agenda. The Friday before the meeting, I determined that he had been moved over to the action agenda. Don't know how it is that happened. But what's really troubling to me is that with every member of the board knowing that there was a matter that ultimately you were going to have to decide regarding Max Pennington, Mr. Smith was allowed to come in again and make public comments. And if you'll look on page 4 of the motion that I filed, I quoted the pertinent statute of the Administrative Procedures Act, which tells us, in certain terms, that members of an agency that are going to render a decision or make some sort of final findings of fact or conclusions of law shall not communicate with any person except upon notice and opportunity for all parties to participate. So my submission to you is that at least by that February 13th meeting, you should not have been taking public comment about Mr. Pennington without having given him notice that that was going to occur. His situation just sort of illustrates the problem with people being allowed to make comments about specific educators because you don't know but what the PLSB might not be investigating them. So make no mistake, however, be all that as it may, what we are asking you to do is to approve the agreement that was entered into by the PLSB Ethics Subcommittee and Mr. Pennington for a 2-year probation, for him to pay a fine, and for him to complete some additional training that was delineated in the materials that were furnished to you. Now, let me say that usually when the PLSB authorizes an investigation of an educator over an allegation, they will send one investigator to interview 2 or 3, or maybe sometimes 4 or 5 folks. They prepare a report. They usually interview the educator. The educator is given a response to an opportunity to respond to the report, and then they make their recommendation, which the educator can either accept, in which event it comes to you for your approval, or the educator can reject it, in which event it goes to the hearing panel for their consideration. In Max Pennington's case, and let me digress for a moment, I hope everyone understands that his school board did not accept his superintendent's recommendation to terminate his employment. He still works there. But in his case, the PLSB sent 3 investigators, the chief investigator, a senior investigator, and a staff investigator. They went to Dumas. They interviewed 12 people, and they surveyed 36 students. They compiled a 35-page report with 255 pages of supporting documentation and 72 pages of student surveys. As opposed to the 8-page summary that you received, based upon which you decided to conduct a state board review of this. This is what the PLSB had compiled and accumulated. It includes 107 pages worth of letters from community members in Dumas in support of Mr. Pennington. It included, these were presented to his school board. It included petitions signed by 110 students in support of Mr. Pennington. This was likewise presented to the school board and was part of the basis upon which they voted to keep Mr. Pennington in their employ. So I'm sure that you folks are well aware that the PLSB has a sanctioning guideline that they promulgated in August of 2018 when they tweaked the Code of Ethics and revised their regulations. It sets out the various sanctions that are possible and the factors that they should take into consideration in determining what would be an appropriate sanction. I presume that y'all are all well aware that if you vote to remand Mr. Pennington's case back to the PLSB for them to conduct an evidentiary hearing, that there is a possibility that the hearing panel makes a disposition of his case that never makes it back to your agenda. Or there's a possibility that instead of a probation, they decide that perhaps a reprimand would have been more appropriate. What are you going to do if you remand it and it comes back to you with a recommendation from the hearing panel for a more lenient sanction than what's before you now? I submit to you that a 2-year probation is commensurate for this case, and am strongly encouraging the board to go ahead and approve the PLSB recommendation, which has been agreed to with by Mr. Pennington. And with that, I will yield the screen, as it were.
Mr. Dugan? Does any board member have a question before Mr. Dugan starts? Seeing none, Mr. Dugan?
I don't have too much. I do not have very much to add to what Mr. Allgood said. I think he put out pretty much what's going on with this case as far as how the investigation went and all the documents that the PLSB had. My role in this was to file the response to the motion to recusal. And obviously, Mr. Allgood and I disagree on the options before the board. In his motion, argues that the board should accept the recommendation, and that could, if not, it could result in litigation. And in response, I gave the option that the board still has the options of remanding it back for an evidentiary hearing or accepting the recommendation. As stated earlier, Mr. Pennington has not had an evidentiary hearing on this, and so therefore, under the APA, he's entitled to have that hearing. And so those are the options that I outlined in my motion or my response to Mr. Allgood's motions. But I don't really have too much to add. I think Mr. Allgood did a good job as far as outlining what's going on with this case.
Okay, Mr. Dugan, the question I have on the 2-year probation, is the answer the same as when we ask on another person about would the 2-year probation start at the end of this meeting, or did it start back when PLSB made that decision and recommendation?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. It starts from the date the state board signs the order, so it would be today.
Okay, thank you. Do any other board members, I think first I will ask the question again, do any of the board members believe that they should recuse? Seeing none, Dr. Hill?
No, I just want to address the attorney. I know your name is Douglas, but Mr. Oliver, is that right?
Yes. May I
yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, okay.
Dr.
Yeah, I just
Hill?
wanted to, because you insinuated that I was operating maybe undercover. I mean, that's just how it came across. And I want to let you know, I made 2 trips down at the request of community members to come. And as I want to state that for the record, and I do that most frequently because I'm heavily involved in community engagement. And I like to see things for myself and hear things for myself as I make up my own mind on what I think the best interest for students throughout the state of Arkansas. So yes, I did go to Dumas twice up on request, as I've gone to Pine Bluff, as I've gone to Fayetteville, as I've gone anywhere. So please don't think that Dumas was the only place that I've gone as a community engagement outreach person. I will go anywhere I'm requested to go. And I did mention to the commissioner, I've never done anything that I'm trying to hide. And I only serve on this board, just so you know, for the best interest of the state of Arkansas, for the education, so the students are getting the best education possible in the best environment possible. So no, I didn't see any reason to recuse, because if that's the case, I just need to stay in the office at the desk, and I would never know for what's presented before me. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that, and I appreciate the presentation you made.
Well, absolutely, Dr. Hill. I understand that, and I certainly did not mean to imply that I felt like you had been doing anything surreptitiously. I mean, okay. You did it in the light of day. The fact remains that this process is governed by a set of Arkansas statutes known as the Administrative Procedures Act, which says, in pertinent part, on page 4, I cited it in my brief, and it's Art Codan, section 2515-201, a member of an agency that's to render a decision or to make final or proposed findings of fact or conclusions of law in any case of adjudication shall not, and the emphasis is mine, shall not communicate with any person except upon notice and opportunity for all parties to participate. That's a due process right that's built into the system that we utilize.
Well, let me say this. Everybody was available to participate in any meeting I went with. So that was never an isolated meeting. So it was due process for everybody. The only reason that I went alone is because it had to be publicized if more than 2 board members went. That's the law. So when I was there, everybody was available to everybody. In fact, Coach Pennington's wife was in the meeting. So there was never anything done there in isolation. She sat in the meeting with me. So there was nothing ever, you can't come here. And I said that. I said, I'm a public official. This is a public meeting. Everybody has to have a right to come in here if I attend.
Dr. Hill, I appreciate your point, and I feel like I've made mine.
No problem. I just want to state that for the record, since you stated it for the record. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Oliver.
Well, yes, thank you, Dr. Hill.
Okay, Mr. Dugan, do we need to do anything more other than I posed the question about whether anyone believed that they needed to recuse? Do I need to do anything further on that, or do we now go on to the whether or not to send this back to PLSB?
I would say that you asked them and then no one decided to recuse, that the next issue would be to make a motion to accept the recommendation or remand to PLSB for an evidentiary hearing.
Okay, and do any of the board members have a question of either of the attorneys or Mr. Pennington?
I have a question for Ms. Douglas or Mr. Dugan, one of the two. Is it my understanding that that y'all are recommending, the department is recommending that we accept the ruling of the PLSB?
Mr. Dugan, did you hear that? Her question is the department recommending that we accept what PLSB has already done? Or did y'all have a recommendation?
That's correct. The PLSB's recommendation is that they recommended that this be accepted. That's what the PLSB position on it is. So the educator and the PLSB agree that it should be accepted.
Okay.
Is that,
Yes, that answered it. And just a comment, I'm looking at the sanction guidelines, and one of the discussions that we had a few minutes when we first started this was we wanted to try to be consistent. And if I'm looking at the consistency in the guidelines for where I'm thinking this violation fits, the guidelines show a minimum of a written reprimand and a maximum of probation with training. So I think we're within the guidelines, and if we're going for consistency, then we would accept the recommendations of the PLSB.
does any other board member have any other comments or observations?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding. So we're saying, based on what we have before us today, that spell out the sanctions that's going to be tied to this, Mr. Dugan.
So today, since Mr. Pennington did not have an actual evidentiary hearing on this, the only sanction that could be today, because what he's agreed to, would be that probation and the trainings and the fine that was associated with it. And that's because that's what he's agreed to. I guess if I could compare it to a plea agreement, the defendant comes up with an agreement with state and then asks for a judge to approve it. Obviously, that judge doesn't have to approve it, but this would be a similar situation where the prosecutor, the PLSB, and the defendant, Mr. Pennington, the educator in this, both agree and are asking for approval, but it's because that educator has agreed to it. If it was something different, they would have to be given, notice and opportunity to have a hearing.
Dr. Hill, I've got it in front of me. I'll read it to you. It's a 2-year probation, a $250 fine, and then there's 5 different trainings listed with written reflections.
So I guess my question is to this board is that Coach Pennington is still going to have supervisory authority over students and concern of parents who basically are concerned about him being in the school. And and so all of that comes to the table today, and we go back to that because nothing else is spelled out about what that training would be. Who's gonna administer that?
It's set out in the recommendation, and it would be incorporated in the state board's order.
I have a question for Mr. Pennington. Mr. Pennington, could you get on camera and close to a microphone, please?
Yes, ma'am.
When the superintendent recommended to you that you be terminated or recommended to the board, and then the board gave you an opportunity to stay, what exactly did they do as far as what your responsibilities were? Were you suspended for any period of time? Were you limited to the students you could work with? What exactly was done at the district level at the time?
You want me to answer?
Well, yeah, I want you to answer her, but if you'll look in the first paragraph on page 2 of my motion, I quoted verbatim the school board's decision as it related to what would be required of Mr. Pennington, and now I'll let him answer.
It was a 100-day suspension without pay, a public apology, and a racial sensitivity class that was approved by the superintendent.
Okay, and were those 100 days, was that at a May meeting, a July meeting, were the 100 days in the school year, or were they weekends? You know, help me. How was 100 days?
It was June 18th, I believe we had the meeting, and the 100-day suspension started on the 19th.
Okay. And did it count weekends? And what are your responsibilities for students in the July, August months? I know you are a dean and a football coach, is that correct?
To answer the first question, I'm not real sure exactly how he counted it. He gave me October 1st as my return to work date. And as far as I was the dean of students, and that had also been taken away from me, and I am currently a PE teacher at Reed Elementary.
Is that in the Dumas district?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I didn't know. I know the May deadline and people signing their contract is in process right now, so I didn't know if you had been reemployed in Dumas, and so you're going to be PE teacher at the elementary, but you will not be coaching. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I will still be the head football coach. I will not have the title of dean of students at the high school anymore.
Okay, so during that time, were you continuing to be dean of students and just not coaching, or were you doing neither?
No, ma'am. As soon as I came back on October the 1st, I was basically moved to the elementary school where I taught PE.
Okay, and did you coach this past football season?
Yes, ma'am. I did not coach the first, I believe it was 5 playing dates. I coached the last 5 playing dates.
Okay, and how would you characterize your interaction with the African American students and the Caucasian American students on your team during the time when you came back and were coaching?
I think it went well. They were all excited and happy to have me back.
And did all of the students play for you?
Yes, ma'am. Well, a few did not.
Okay, and were any of those students seniors as far as, you know, hoping to get a scholarship to play football going into their college?
I think so. I'm not real sure. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other board members have questions of Mr. Pennington while he is on camera and by the microphone? Seeing none, Mr. Dugan, are we ready to proceed with a motion?
I have, yes, I think it's important as we, and even though I'm a board member, I'm also a parent. And I think as we heard earlier today, I'm all about restoration and rehabilitation, and God has given that to Fitzhill. But I have a great concern based on this situation, and I know that our options today as a board are limited, and I cannot back during this process. And I think it's important that if we have to go through the process, then we do. But based on, that's why I say why I go visit, based on the knowledge that I have, the firsthand knowledge that I have of this case, I think we are not doing everything we're supposed to do as board members in the guidance and governance of our students. Now, I'm not saying what that is, but I'm concerned about, unless I know, personally how, and I only have one vote, but I know right now, based on what I know, based off going to visit and hearing from everybody, and I'm not saying that this needs something needs to just happen, but I'm saying this evidentiary hearing, this process needs to go, and I'm very uncomfortable with a restoring without further in this process. And that's me, and I can't support this as that hearing. And so I'm not so in support of the recommendation.
Okay, do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I'm putting it in a form of motion that we go to a evidentiary hearing.
Or
and
send
then
it,
we
okay,
allow.
the thing is send it back to PLSB for an evidentiary
Yes.
hearing.
Yes, however that has to be, however that has to happen.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Hill, second by Ms. Dean. We'll do a roll call. Do you have the form, Secretary?
I'd like to say before we vote as well. I just have a comment.
Okay, Ms.
I
Dean.
just, yes, I want to echo Dr. Hill's concerns. They're my concerns as well. I did not go to Dumas, and I'm making my decisions and the way I'm feeling and what I'm thinking based on the evidence that I've received. And as a parent, as an African American, I feel very uncomfortable with accepting this recommendation as it. I think it's important for the community, for the parents, for the stakeholders in the community, for parents and students to all feel safe and feel as if their voice has been heard. And just as a parent, it just gives me pause. It makes me very concerned about the well-being of these students in this community, along with the parents, as far as their psychological, emotional well-being as well. So I think we do need to go through the process as well. So that's why I second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dean. Mr. Key, do you want to test your microphone and then call the roll?
Yes, can y'all hear me?
Can everyone hear Secretary Key? Okay, would you go ahead and unmute yourself so when you vote, we'll be able to hear you?
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
He may not be back
I'm not
yet.
sure if he's back on yet. Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
6 yeas.
Okay, motion passes. It will be remanded back to PLSB for a full hearing. Do you know, Mr. Dugan, when PLSB will start their hearings again?
Do not, Ms. Douglas might know.
Say again?
We have some hearings scheduled in June.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
We have some hearings scheduled in the month of June as of right now.
June?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you already have a full docket for June?
I'll have to look.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Allgood, you will, if you choose to, y'all will have a full evidentiary hearing in June, or they will contact you when it will be.
I understand.
And thank you, and we appreciate your patience with our Zoom meeting. Ms. McFetridge, did you have something you, no?
No, I'm sorry. I need
That's
to put
okay.
my mute
That's
back
okay.
on.
Okay, let me ask a technical question. Dan, I have their names on my screen, and then I have a couple of faces. Are they controlling whether their face is there? Okay, all right. I just wanted to be sure that it wasn't something on our end that were preventing your lovely faces from popping up. Okay. Right, so y'all have all joined by, or most all of you have joined by audio but not video. Okay, next up is Ms. Salas Ford to present Succeed Scholarship Transfer.
Good morning, Ms. Zook, members of the board, Courtney Salas Ford for the division. We have a request from the Yandell family to transfer their child's Succeed Scholarship from St. Joseph Catholic School to Prism Education Center. And as you know, under our current rules, any request for transfer requires approval from the board.
Okay, under current rules, so until you present the new rules later in the day, we're still, it still says may grant as opposed to shall grant. Am I correct?
Well, no, currently under the rules, it's still a may. It's up to the board whether to grant the transfer. The new process that we've proposed in the rules that will be presented later is that it just goes to the division and not through the board unless we feel that there's something rising to the level that it needs board approval.
Okay. Do I have a motion from the board to grant the transfer or to deny the transfer?
I move to grant the transfer.
Moved by Ms. Dean.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Ms. Salas Ford, before you jump off, let me ask, are there processes in place where the schools that are offering this service, where the parents are placing the children to be sure they have teachers that are certified to teach the area the child needs and provide any related services, OT, PT, speech, those kind of things, or once they're accredited, we just go on faith?
So under the law governing Succeed Scholarship, a school, in order to participate, must only have one licensed special education teacher, and they must tell parents what related services they provide, but they're not required to offer any and all, such as a public school would be. It's then up to the parent to decide whether that school can sufficiently meet the needs of its student. Once they tell us what they are providing and that they do have a licensed special education teacher, we have an annual certification process where they must reaffirm to us that they in fact still meet that requirement. But other than that, it would just be, if it comes to our attention, which it has in the past, from a parent or someone else, that the school is no longer meeting those requirements, we contact the school, we find out why they're not meeting them and make sure that they come into compliance. There's just not any type of regular monitoring. And again, no requirement that they offer the full array of services that a public school would be required to offer.
So that also would account for if a great many children went to that same school, and so might be one teacher, but there might be 27 children. There's nothing that we can do about that except respond to a parent's concern.
Yes, ma'am. Under the law, it only requires one special education teacher. And again, we can't designate the grade level, the expertise. Like you said, you might have 27 children, and if that one teacher cannot serve all those children, that's the parent's choice under this Succeed Scholarship program, whether that's sufficient for their child or not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item, charter panel decisions. There was a charter panel meeting in March, and Ms. McLaughlin, if you will, present those three, please.
Thank you. Kelly McLaughlin with the Charter School Office. On April 14th, 2020, representatives of Future School of Fort Smith appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel requesting an amendment to the charter. By a unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted, but you do have the right to exercise a review and conduct a hearing on the Charter Author Panel's decision at the next State Board meeting.
Is a representative from Future School on the line, or any of these three schools?
Yes, they are all on the line.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the board members have any questions or comments with regard to Future School? Seeing none, I think I had one question in particular. The number of students that are receiving services, dyslexia services, is almost non-existent. So my question is, are you not screening the students, or do you just happen to be an exception where there aren't any students who need the service attending your school?
I believe Mr. Boyd.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Actually, I just had our latest dyslexia. I don't know where that is coming from.
It's required by every district and every public charter to be on your website, and that's where I went to look for the information upon which I'm basing my question.
Okay, that's not up to date. Let me pull up our latest dyslexia information. Okay, special ed coordinator sent it to me.
Your microphone is cutting in and out. Maybe lean closer to your microphone.
I mean, sure. Is that better?
We're still not hearing
I believe he's, if I picked up on it correctly, I believe he stated that he was going to update that information on the website, but he was going to get the most accurate information on their dyslexia reporting. And I think he said he would have to get that from his specialist.
So our special ed teacher just sent this information to me. I got to the website about 2 days ago. So looking from her on that. I believe we have 9 students receiving dyslexia services right now. We did last year with the we do one-on-one services with them to work with them. We actually have a student in an online platform we've been using since we've gone to the AMI section, and we have a student who's graduating, but she's requesting to continue the services over the summer because she's feels like she's really benefiting from that at this point.
Okay, I think what I would be interested in knowing, and you can provide this to Ms. McLaughlin, is what screener you're using, how you go about getting the recommendation for the students that are going to be screened, and then what your total number who were screened and the total number who actually are receiving service by a dyslexia interventionist or specialist.
Sure, I can absolutely get that to you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to either review or not review?
I'll make a motion not to review.
Okay, Ms. McFetridge moved to not review. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. You will not be reviewed. Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next is Lisa Academy.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. On April 14th, 2020, representatives of Lisa Academy appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted. However, you may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's decision at your next meeting.
And who will be speaking for Lisa Academy?
We have Dr. Fatih Bogreg, we have Luann Baroni, and Assistant Superintendent, and we also have Hassan Zazi, Assistant Superintendent, on the line.
Okay. Do any board members have any questions of the representatives from Lisa Academy, or if not, do I have a motion?
I do have a question, I think for the department, if that's okay.
Okay, Dr. Moore, if you want to ask your question.
My understanding is this is adding a new school to their charter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have we decided that the best way to add a new school under our current charter is just to go through this route as opposed to the route in which a new school is started with a new LEA? All that's is this method y'all's preference?
They will receive a new LEA for each charter school. They will receive that, but they do have an option. They can expand their current school. Lisa has multiple campuses under one contract, or under one charter. I'm sorry, and that is an option that provides. It's a little quicker than the 18-month new application process. Mary Claire may wish to speak to that a little further if I've misspoken anyway.
Kelly
Did you have anything? Or Ms.
Kelly's
Crandall?
exactly right. There are two avenues. I don't think there's a preference. It's just how the school chooses to operate, because when they're all under one charter versus having separate charters, the funding is different. The standards violations are done differently. You know, it's up to how they want to do it. And I don't believe that there's a preference on the part of the department.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you all.
Okay, are there questions by anyone else?
Yes, I have a question that may be more of a department question as well. I understand that Lisa Academy has different schools within the state, but when I went on their website, they have 5 school board members and they're not from zones. And I'm just curious about how that works and if there's enough representation at each site on their school board.
Okay, that wouldn't be a requirement, but that's an
Claire.
excellent question. Does someone from Lisa want to respond to that as either a question or a suggestion?
I would like to answer the question. This is Fatih Bogruk.
Okay, you're going to need to get closer to your microphone.
Our school board members, they are from Central Arkansas. And right now we have some advisory board members from Northwest Arkansas region. Hopefully in the future we will have representatives from that region too, but we have just right now one school just started this year. So in the future we might have, but as of now, all of them, they are from Central Arkansas.
Okay, thank you.
But you feel like each area and each area school is well represented then with parents?
Ms. Hyatt, is that something within the rules that the panel or the board can require, or is it just something we can express a desire for?
So typically, charter schools during their application period, they receive waivers from the Arkansas Code sections that deal with elected school boards, because charter schools have appointed school boards. They make representations in their application about how their school board will be made up. It's up to the charter authorizing panel to express concerns or ask for changes about that if they want to do that. Certainly, if there's a concern, the charter authorizer panel would have the authority to call the school in to ask questions, and the charter authorizing panel can modify the charter to require a specific board makeup. I don't know that that's been done, at least in the past 3 years, but it's certainly within the charter authorizing panel's authority to do that. Typically, especially with charters, how Lisa is kind of set up where they have the one charter management organization and a lot of licenses under the same. They have one governing school board. And I think, just as Lisa just said, as they are expanding into Northwest Arkansas, we might see that school board composition change. I think this is their first year in Northwest Arkansas with the Ozark Montessori. And then with this amendment request and the expansion, they'll move more into that region. So it could definitely be something that we could make a note of to follow up with them at their next appearance before the charter authorizing panel, or the board could request that the charter authorizing panel follow up on that on their own.
Does that answer
Okay.
your question, Ms. McFetridge?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, and the representatives from Lisa heard the desire or the reflection. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I'm sorry. May I ask a quick question?
Sure, Ms. Chambers.
It has to do with the existing waivers. And as that was mentioned as wanting to continue the existing waivers, I didn't know when the clock started or stopped generally in reviewing waivers and determining that we would continue them. And as we then might extend them to other schools, new schools, just wanted to make sure I understood that process and how it works.
Do you want to answer that, Ms. McLaughlin, or do you want me to? Or Ms. Hyatt?
I think I can answer that. Typically, the waivers, existing waivers are reviewed at the renewal hearing. I believe Lisa's renewal hearing is in 2030. Kelly or Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong on that. But so their waivers will be renewed at their renewal hearing. But typically when we go through the existing waivers and see, are these waivers that they still need? Do we need to pare down these waivers? Do they need additional waivers? And then anytime that we make a change to a law or rule, when charters have waivers of that, we review those waivers so we can update their waivers if there's a change in those law rules.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Chambers?
It does, thank you. Unless there are other questions, I would move to not review.
Okay, we have a motion to not review by Ms. Chambers. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. McFetridge. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next would be Excel Center.
Yes, ma'am. In April, representatives from the Excel Center appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to the charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. No request for the State Board of Education to review the panel decision has been submitted. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter panel's or authorizing panel's decision at the next State Board meeting. I would like to add, for this particular waiver request, in Excel, the Excel Center's original application, they were granted the law that relates to this standard, but for some reason the standard was left off. So they were still flagging in our SFA system, and so that's why they're requesting this now. And we do have Superintendent Cindy Varner, as well as School Director Greg Wertenberger on the phone should you have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions on this catch-up? Do I have a motion?
Move not to review.
Moved by Ms. Newton.
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Would the board members like to take a little bit of a break, or do you want to press on? Seeing no break recommendations, we will continue. The standards for accreditation waiver, Ms. Webb.
Yes, ma'am. Due to severe storms on Sunday, April 12th in the southern part of the state, we had several schools that were not able to continue AMI instruction for several days due to loss of electricity in the community. And so we have 4 schools that have submitted waiver standards for accreditation waiver requests for this school year for the 178 days. The first one is Hermitage School District. I don't know if you want to take these individually or all together.
I'll have to take the recommendation of legal. Do we need to take them individually or as a group of four? For it's all for the same reason, just different numbers of days.
Fine to take them all together.
Okay. Hermitage, Whitehall, Warren, and Fordyce. It was the storm that went through and the power was out in that area for a long period of time. Do I have a motion?
May I ask a question?
Sure, Dr. Moore.
These are certainly unusual times. Have we, in a normal school year in the past, approved this many school days to be waived?
I believe so. I could research that to see how many days have been waived, but I know we have before for flooding, for power outages. Maybe not this many at one time, but I could certainly research that information to you.
Okay, I did just curious. Okay, because I know some of these are up to 5 days, but knowing again these are different than a regular school year, so that's fine.
They were out of electricity for at least a week, I believe.
And had this happened before spring break or something, that was often what the board would say, well, then did you use your spring break or did you use your Easter break or whatever, things like that. But
right.
This power outage happened after that.
Right.
Dr. Moore, this is Deborah Kaufman. We did waive a number of days, probably 5 or 6 years ago when we had a big snow and ice storm and numerous school districts were out for extended periods of time.
Thank you.
Zook, I just had a quick question.
Ms. Newton?
I'm just curious because down in our area, almost everybody was out of power for a week. And so my question is, why are we seeing really just so few districts asking for those 4 or 5 days? Were they completely online as far as doing their AMI, or were they doing a combination method? Because I mean, almost everyone down in our area was out. And so I was just curious why we're, if they're having to apply for waivers, why are we not really seeing even more?
I was wondering the same thing. Do you all have any insight?
Yes, Ms. Newton, we did have a request from a couple other schools, but they did not submit. I sent them the application, but they haven't submitted it yet. So I'm not sure if they ended up providing instruction or if they will still request the waiver for next month. And they've all been kind of working through the co-op. So I'm not sure how many of the other school districts missed days, where some of them were able to provide paper packets in some way or had already done that.
I think my concern there is by the time we have our next board meeting, unless we call a special meeting, school will already be out and the students will already be dismissed. And so if we chose, which unlikely we would, to not grant that, then the odds of them calling children back or all the children coming back would be slim. Looks to me like the superintendent need to have been more, or the co-op need to have been more timely in their request. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the waiver.
We move by Ms. Chambers that we grant the waiver. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, now we have 1240 waivers. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, we have Norfolk School District is present today to ask for a waiver of teacher licensure. Just as a background, Act 1240 of 2015 allows a school district to petition the state board for all or some of the waivers granted to any open enrollment public charter school, Arkansas. And we do have representatives from Norfolk School District, we have Superintendent Chip Lane, and we have High School Principal Dina Klaus. Their 90 days, it will expire on June the 3rd, and they are requesting for 3 years, ending on June 30th, 2023.
Okay, board members, do you have questions?
I believe that they will have 20 minutes to make their presentation.
Oh, okay, I'm
Is it-
sorry, this.
Any opposition?
Okay. Yes, Norfolk, if you want to make your presentation as to why you should be given this 1240 waiver.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Dina Klaus. I'm the elementary principal, and Superintendent Chip Lane is also here. We are requesting a waiver for our physical education in the elementary, which is a K-6 building. We last 10 or 15 years we have had a lady that was taught in half-time math, half-time physical education. Due to financial issues, we are working with Ms. Cindy Smith there at the state due to some financial issues, and we have, that lady is no longer with us, and we were not able to hire that position back. This past year, our teachers actually taught their one unit of PE, their weekday of PE each week, and we had a pro cover that class later in the day to give that teacher her plan period, because those teachers missed their plan to teach that PE section. This is not in the best interest of our students, because these teachers are now teaching physical education and maybe not teaching in reading or core subjects where they really we need that expertise for our students. So we do have an aide who has been with a special education student for the last several years. That student is graduating this year, and he would be available to teach PE in the afternoons for us at the elementary. I, as the elementary principal, I'm also a certified physical education teacher, and I will help oversee him. I will make sure he gets the training that he needs to teach those classes in accordance with the standards. And it'll just free up our teachers to spend more time in the core classes, which is where they need to be. We're also requesting the same type of situation has happened in art. And in this part of the state, we did last year try to find a halftime art teacher. We had no applicants. There's just no one around here that wants to teach half a day or is able to just teach half of the day. And that's kind of where we are with art as well. So we're just requesting some waivers to try to help us a little bit with that and make sure our teachers are in core subjects and in core areas rather than, I know art is a core area, but right now we have a GT coordinator and teacher who's spending a lot of time doing an ALP, helping us out for a few years to do art. We are hoping within the next 3 years to get our finances in order and to be able to replace these positions as we can. And I'll answer any questions that you might have now.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin, did the DESE have anything they wanted to present before we go into discussion?
I don't have anything further to present. I can defer to Tracy.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that within their application, they did state that because art is a core content, that anyone serving as a teacher would need to be AQT. And so they did state that in their application, but I wanted to make sure that was very clear.
Okay.
Yeah. And if we're not able to find that, we will go ahead and do art as we've done it this year with the GT teacher on an ALP. If we are able to find a parapro who happened to meet that criteria, we would like to use that, but we will make sure they are AQT.
Okay. Do any board members have questions or comments?
Yes, Tracy, could you refresh us? What are the requirements for AQT?
So they would have to have a degree, take the praxis, and there's one more. In lieu of the having a degree in that area. So there is a way that they can have accumulate points, 100 points on the form to be AQT, and that might include having previous experience in the area, being nationally board certified in the content area, or having a degree in that content area.
Okay, and that's required for an elementary art teacher?
It is required for any core content area, which would be the core contents, art, music, and foreign language.
Okay.
And just for clarification purposes, they do have to hold a bachelor's degree. That is the first recommendation. And then the second recommendation are all of those that Ms. Webb has already mentioned. They can hold 18 college credit hours in that area. They could have passed a praxis in that content area. They could have passed a national board certification, or they could have a year of work experience if the superintendent is willing to accept it.
Okay, and so we cannot waive that. We're just waiving.
Correct.
No.
A licensed teacher, but for, okay. For Superintendent Lane, is this art teacher just at the elementary level? Do you have a licensed art teacher at the high school level?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Great. Those are all my
Yes,
questions right now.
and that licensed teacher is willing to work with.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other board members have any questions? Okay, I have a couple. Have you had what we call in stakeholder engagement meetings? Have you met with your community and your staff to see what their pros and cons expressions might be?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I had a meeting that I had, I believe, 2 of my teachers and 2 parents involved in. I also met with Mr. Lane before I met with those, with that group of people. And they were all felt like that, you know, it would be better served that the teachers are in the classroom teaching math, science, reading, language arts, rather than being in the gym teaching physical education. And I'm a physical education teacher, and I agree physical education is important. But I would rather my teachers be able to be in the classroom. And I actually taught 2 sections of physical education this year. And it took me away from my administrative duties because 2 days a week I was having to go down to the gym, and I taught a 4th grade physical education and a 6th grade physical education. And so it's pulling all of us from duties and things that we can better serve our students.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions?
I didn't ask, what's the number of years for this waiver requested?
3.
3 years, okay.
And also before Norfolk, after we vote on this and before Norfolk hangs up, I have a couple of questions that are off of this topic. So if you will, hang on once we take a vote. Do you have a motion?
Move to approve the waivers.
Moved by Ms. Newton, second by?
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who that was.
Second.
Ms. McFetridge, yeah, second by Ms. McFetridge, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, I know Norfolk is one of the districts that's doing a 4-day week, and I understand you're having longer days, so that addresses the seat time for your students. But how are you addressing the 178-day requirement for teacher?
For you.
Say how we're addressing the teacher.
Yeah, could y'all socially distance and get him in front of the camera so we can hear him, please?
Here, I'll tell you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Was your question again on the teacher for the 178 days?
Yes.
Well, we've got that through some professional development. Teachers will have to honor that time, as usual, in preparation. All of this is kind of, with the situation we're in right now, we're kind of, we're trying to evaluate our situation moving forward on, where we're going to be, if school is going to be the same. Obviously when we approved this and made plans for this, we hadn't experienced the COVID-19 issue yet. So, but as far as the teachers go, they will they will be putting in the same amount of time in preparation for our students as they always do.
And are you doing pre and post data so you'll have good data about which to reference to make your decision?
Yes, ma'am. We've been involved. We have, of course, Kirby, I'm sure is I know they have been bothered tremendously this year. There's several other schools in our area that have went ahead and approved a 4-day week going into next year. Are some of our neighbors that actually touch our school district, and then some others. But we have been involved with some Missouri schools, Kirby, some references that Kirby put us on, and involved in a lot of data from them as far as the positive and the negatives, starting back before we made this decision and then carrying on through the year, especially with Kirby, as this has been their first year and how it's affected them. And we've made 2 visits to their campus with different groups and spent 2 different days with them, visiting with their administration and teachers and even parents and students. So I think we have done our due diligence to do the pre-existing work in making a decision to go 4 days. And obviously it's different. It'll be different for every school district to some degree, I'm sure, the problems and the positives, but we will track that and monitor that as we go. And I told my board, and I've told our people and our administrators and teachers and everything else, if we see that it's not what's best for our students, we can always go back to a more traditional way or try something different. We're trying to think outside the box and do what's best for our students.
And what kind of feedback did you get from your working parents?
From the parents?
The working parents, yes.
It was actually good. That was my biggest all of our biggest concern was, that 1 day a week, what they would do with their students, their kids. But we actually done a survey of the whole community, and I think it was 74%.
It was in the upper 70%.
And we always have, I've been in some districts where you don't have a lot of great response to things like that, but we had, I'd say, over 300 responses. Would you say that was accurate? I'm leaning on Ms. Klaus here again on this, but over 300 responses, parent responses, and 74% of them were for going to the 4-day week. Now, I have spoken with some people individually, parents individually. I know Ms. Klaus has, so has Mr. Bobby Hulse, our high school principal, other teachers, and I would say, and I expected some blowback, and some things on that, and hey, what am I going to do with this? But most of it's been positive, and they're working through that, and we feel like we got it out there early enough. The decision. I mean, we actually got this information out, and the board acted on it in October, and we've been putting out things here and there, getting ready for the 4-day week. And like I said earlier about Kirby and collecting information from other schools, even in other states that are doing this, and putting that out. So overall, it's been really positive. I've expected someone at some point to come in and really be, because it just seems to work that way from time to time, but to really be against this, but we haven't experienced that at all. It's all, for the most part, really been positive.
Yeah, I would hate to see something interfere with the very positive, the very excelling that Norfolk has done. You've always sort of been a pace setter in your area, and I guess I just don't want to see anything to harm the children, or for those children, we worry about the summer lag when students regress a bit over the summer, and I would really ask you to look at that over 4 days a week with a 3-day break every week to see if you begin to detect that. And it's never too late to go back, I think. But thank you for your time and taking the time to respond to my questions, even though that wasn't the item on the agenda. I appreciate that very much.
Yes, ma'am. We thank you, and we will do that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Next is Forest City.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Ms. Hardwick, Ms. McLaughlin, do you have anything you want to say before she starts?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was having a little trouble scrolling down. Today we have representatives from Forest City School District seeking an extension waiver for teacher licensure. Their 90 days will expire on July 23rd, 2020. They are requesting for 5 years ending on June 30th, 2025. And we do have Dr. Tiffany Hardwick, the superintendent, and Dr. Veronica Perkins, deputy superintendent. You will want to swear them in.
Okay, let me find my swear-in sheet. Here it is. Would you raise your right hand and stand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and you both may unmute at this point if you choose to, so you won't have to keep remembering whether to or not. You can go ahead, Dr. Hardwick, if I remember correctly, it is Dr. Hardwick, right?
Yes, ma'am. So Dr. Perkins is on mute. We won't take 20 minutes, but just to kind of give an overview, I'll do that, and then she'll unmute and help with any questions that you may have.
While she's finding the unmute button, we'll let you make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So again, Dr. Tiffany Hardwick, Superintendent of Schools, the amazing city of Forest City, Arkansas, here to request an extension of our waivers as it relates to teacher certification, teacher licensure. Our mission in Forest City is to try to provide services that meet and exceed the expectations of our students, our family, and our communities. We believe that waivers have allowed us to work toward our goal of high quality and committed professionals, specifically those professionals that are committed to the delta, to our community, by giving us an opportunity to grow and develop our own. Anytime that I speak about Forest City, I like to take an opportunity to speak or mention the students in Forest City, the reason we're requesting this waiver. And normally I'll give an example, 1 or 2 examples of a particular student, but on today I just wanted to acknowledge and recognize the class of 2020. We have a group of resilient young people who have experienced some very difficult times, and they have shown their resilience. And those students on last night was announced that they were awarded over $12 million in scholarship offers. So even with us doing things virtually, these young people have stayed committed to their futures. And I just think that they deserve to be acknowledged and recognized, not only in Forest City, but across the state of Arkansas. We want to extend our waivers, but we wanted to share with you that we are committed in Forest City. Our school board has been very committed. The district has been very committed in supporting teachers towards certification, and not the waiver being the end game, but the beginning for our staff. And so we have to date 9 teachers that were credentialed as a result of the Act 1240 waiver. 7 of those teachers received a standard content, and 2 were for the standard technical permit. And so we also have about approximately 18 teachers. We're in the midst of contract renewals. And so I'll say approximately 18 teachers that staff members that are participating in waiver programs and will continue if we're granted the waiver. So our board has been very clear that when teachers enter on a waiver, that they show adequate progress toward certification. And so we have teachers that have worked in, have been a part of several programs across the state, including from the ALPA program to Arkansas Teacher Corps to working with our near university, Arkansas State. So they have shown that they are committed. We believe that we have an opportunity to continue to recruit and retain, and more importantly, develop talent here for the Forest City community. And so we hope that you will grant us an extension so that we can continue to support these adults in their careers and in their path to become certified teachers, licensed teachers, and so that we also will not have a major impact on our students by them losing approximately 18 teachers. And so we can continue to support these teachers in their path to licensure. We're living in a very challenging time, which makes recruitment even more difficult. And so we're hoping that we can continue to support these teachers as they work toward, since they've shown progress. And if the opportunity presents itself to hire additional staff under the waiver, we would like to do that as well and continue to support them. So having said that, I would love to turn it over to questions, and I can answer any specific questions you have about our request.
Okay, I'm just going to help Dr. Perkins. If you'll wiggle the arrow, then the mute and unmute should appear over in the bottom left-hand corner. There you go. Did you have anything that you needed to add before we go to questions from the board?
Veronica Perkins, Deputy Superintendent, Forest City School District. I'll just echo what our Superintendent, Dr. Hardrick, has shared today. We believe that we've been good stewards with our 1240 waiver, and we want to continue to do what we can to put quality talent in front of our students, and we do hope that you'll consider and grant the request that we're seeking today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, do I have questions or comments from any board member?
I have a couple.
Ms. Newton, and then Dr. Moore.
The first one is from Ms. McLaughlin. Is this our first series of extensions that we're going to get to come through?
Well, the different school districts have different different expiration dates. So there will be others that I try to monitor. I did want to point out that this particular extension is in coordination with their Opportunity Culture Initiative, and that they have been working with educator licensure. I don't know if Ms. Saracini is on and would be wants to add any to that.
Okay. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just have been thinking about, this is the 5 years that when he initially started granting these waivers for, they're going to start coming due. And so I was just wondering, maybe from Dr. Hardwick or Dr. Perkins, or maybe from the department, either one, if we have gathered any information or any data on how well, I know that we're putting teachers in there. I guess my question is, are we putting quality teachers in there? And have we been gathering any data on that, as far as how well are these 1240? Because this is our kind of the end of the cycle where they were initially granted for 5 years. Have we been looking at that any at all?
Yes, I can speak specifically to that. So we initially requested a 3-year waiver. So we did not do 5 initially. So we're in year 3. We do have a model that we use that we refer to as the Gusky model. So there's a rating of 1 to 5, and we try to rate between 3, 4, and 5, which 5 being student outcomes. So that's the highest level. So for every teacher that's under the Act 1240 waiver, we do look at student impact and outcomes, but we look more at growth data than we look at proficiency data. And so as well as a level 4, when we look at teacher, teacher input, things like professional development, lesson planning, those kind of things. So we look at that, and we also look at student outcomes.
So are you saying you're thinking the quality of teachers that you're getting from these 1240, because you're looking at 27 teachers, you're thinking the quality is great? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so I think that a couple of things. So we do have Act 1240 teachers that have come through the process that we have not renewed or requested back over the 3-year period. So everyone that enters with 1240 does not remain in the district those 3 years just because they're on a 1240. So they are held to a set of standards, and we work with our co-op around how they receive professional development and mentoring. So our data drives and helps determine and their progress toward certification all determine whether or not those teachers are invited back.
Okay, good. All right, just one more question. What level are most of your 1240 waivers? Are they elementary, junior high, high school, or just all the way through?
Yeah, you see more junior high and high school.
Okay.
It's easier to recruit elementary teachers. We seem to see more teachers graduating in our elementary ed programs. You typically align with those hard to staff areas in the state. So we typically try to look for someone who has a degree in the area, content area for which they'll teach. So it's definitely more of your 712 area.
Okay, all right. What are you doing specifically at the junior high level to maybe address some of the academic concerns that you have there?
Yep. So, we've done a lot of work over the last year or so to revamp our program at junior high. But if you look at the student achievement data for grades 6, 7, and 8, we saw growth in grades 6 and 8 in every content area. The area we did not see growth was 7th grade. And we did not see growth in 7th grade because we did not staff. The students, unfortunately, went a year without a full year without an English teacher and a math teacher. And so we're actually we've talked a lot about how does 8th grade look for those students and how does support and interventions look, because we owe those students that because of not having a consistent teacher for a year in 7th grade. But all the other content areas in grades 6 and 8 did show growth.
Have you addressed the missing teachers at the 7th grade level?
Well, if we're granted our waivers, that will be from 6th to 8th grade, there will be, don't quote me, 2 or 3 teachers there, and junior high will be 6, 8 will be fully staffed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Yes, I recall y'all are a part of maybe a pilot program in how you pay your teachers. Is that correct? And build in leadership. Can you talk about how that fits into this?
Opportunity culture?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the program that we're part of was Opportunity Culture, which was has been an excellent program. We were one of, I think, 3 districts selected by the department a year ago. I think after North Little Rock launched the program. And we started by hiring 2 teachers, we're using 2 schools to launch the program, which was one of our elementaries and junior high. We have what we call multi-classroom leaders, which are high-performing teachers. You cannot even make it to the second phase of the process without showing data of high student growth, and direct reach teachers. And that program has helped minimize the need for teachers because those teachers take on a larger teaching load with what we call reach assistants, which are very high-level paraprofessionals who can manage some of the classroom when the multi-classroom leaders are coaching other novice teachers. So that program has seen some success. And so we will add 2 schools next year, the high school and our 2nd elementary school. And we've to date hired 3 multi-classroom leaders for those campuses.
Okay. Will those leaders be Act 1240 teachers or not? Those
No.
are licensed. Okay.
No.
Okay. I recall also, I think, are y'all a part of an international program where you have international teachers?
Yeah, about 3 years ago, we did partner with the contract. The agreement has ended with the international program, but we do have teachers that are still in the district that at the end of those 3 years, we all agreed they want to continue teaching and we want them to continue to stay in the district.
Are they part of 1240 or are they on a path to licensure?
No, they're path to licensure. Some of them were hired on the 1240, but like we just learned one, I think her license provisional was supposed to transfer over this month or last month. So we're working with her to send in the paperwork because she meets the requirements for certification.
Okay. I think my concern typically is that we want them on a pathway to licensure to get a license, but also the input that goes in along the way. Are you requiring, if you hire an Act 1240 teacher, are you requiring them to be on a pathway?
Yes, our board is our board is very clear that at the end of the year, we want to see progress toward licensure. So we require them to show us if what program they're in, how many courses they've taken, if they've taken the practice, even if they haven't passed, how many times they've taken it. So yes, they are required to show a genuine attempt.
And how many years are you allowing them to, be on the before?
Yeah, so we basically gave them the 3 years, the length of the waiver. And most of them, if they're depending on the program, they average about 2 years.
Okay.
Most of them, we would have more license. It's the praxis. Typically, the coursework is the praxis that gives them poses the challenge.
Is your co-op able to provide support to those teachers around the praxis or other resources?
Yeah, so they do participate. They have some online study things that they provide for teachers, but sometimes it does pose a challenge.
Okay, and you mentioned mentoring is done through the co-op. Is there, in my opinion, a first-year teacher needs intensive mentoring, and even more so if you don't have any background. What does that mentoring look like? Is it within the building or?
Yep, so we submitted a plan, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, that we still have been holding through for our mentoring. And we basically created 3 phases, 3 levels. Well, I say 3 levels of mentoring. So it depends on where a person is in the process. And so if we feel like you need intense mentoring, first year teaching, you are assigned a mentor in the building from a high performing teacher, and that teacher can mentor up to 2 individuals.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Can I say something? This is Carly Saracini.
Yes.
And I just want to let you guys know that we worked with Forest City yesterday. Melissa Jackson, myself, sat down with them, and walked through them with Tracy Webb. So we are looking at where their teachers are and where they are on the plan. So I want y'all to know we are checking.
Thank you. Are there any other board members that have comments or questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to express some concerns. Part of the sole purpose of the 1240 waiver was to give a waiver to a district so we could see a change or improvement in student achievement. And when you have 46% of your teachers on ALP, you have 4 Ds and an F, you have 2,206 students and only 6 have been identified according to your website as receiving dyslexia services. Where is the evidence to the stakeholders and to the board that these 1240 waivers in fact are meeting what in fact we gave you the waivers to do?
Yep, so I am pulling up our a ESSA chart that I'm looking at. And so when you look at the 4 schools that have these, for example, you see Central Elementary, whose ESSA score was 59.3, which is now a 62.86, and now 2 points from a C, but we don't test this year. So this year would have been our hopes that we would have saw the growth. So if you look at 4 of the 5 campuses, even including the campus with an F, you will see that their ESSA score grew from 54.59 to 58.65. So I do believe that there is some evidence of growth. I just think that it's a process and that we're working extremely hard to get there. But 2 of our schools are about 3 points or so from a C letter grade. I think it's Lincoln and Central.
But the students as a group are not meeting the growth goals. They are showing some improvement, but they are not meeting the expected growth for that child as an individual.
Well, so I think it depends. So if, for example, if you look at the high school, 9th grade, you see the growth goal, that's the growth of 81.29 where they did meet it. So it ranges from grade to grade, but I also think that part of that is because, as I mentioned earlier with 7th grade, there are grades where, it's still very difficult to staff, and we're working really hard to do that.
Okay, and I noticed you mentioned the $12 million in scholarships. Of those students coming out of your school, the graduates, do you know what percent are having to take remedial classes in order to actually start gaining college credit?
No, I do not have that percentage. I can't pull that, but the majority, a lot of our students who may not qualify initially, we do partner with our community college, and we have a large portion of our students who are taking courses now through our community college while they're in high school.
Okay, I think, you know, based on just data, which I can look up, I am hesitant to want to extend 1240 waiver when it doesn't appear that the students are benefiting from the waiver at this point.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Ms. Dean,
Dr. Hardrick.
can you get a little closer to your microphone, Ms. Dean?
Okay, with these 1240 waivers, had you not had these waivers, would you have been able to staff your school and provide teachers for your students?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if we don't provide you or allow the 1240 waivers, then that's even more students that go without teachers.
Yes.
Because you mentioned before that you had a 7th grade class that did not even have a teacher for a year.
Yes, that's correct.
So we can imagine how much more difficult it would be to provide teachers if you don't have the waiver.
Yes.
Okay. So for that reason, I'll be moving to approve the waivers.
Those are excellent points, Ms. Dean.
I have just another comment also.
Newton?
I agree with Ms. Dean totally on what she just said. And also, I just want to ask one more question of Dr. Hardwick. When you're hiring teachers, do you make an effort to first hire a certified teacher, and then if you cannot find that certified teacher, then you move to 1240?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? If not, I'm ready for a motion.
I move to grant the waivers for Forest City School District.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Second.
second by Dr. Hill. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, board, does anybody
you.
need to take a break?
Yes.
I think that'd be
I'm
good.
seeing some nods, so it's 12:28. Let's come back in at 12:35. Will that give everybody plenty of time?
Yes.
And feel free to grab a snack and bring it back to your meeting. Call the meeting back to order. Let's see, maybe we better call the roll again to be sure that everyone's back on. Ms. Newton?
Here.
Dr. Hill?
Here.
Ms. Chambers?
Here.
Ms. Dean?
Here.
Ms. McFetridge? Ms. McFetridge, if you said here, you're on mute and I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Dr. Moore?
Here.
Mr. Williamson? He's still away. Ms. McFetridge? Okay, y'all help me, and Ms. McAdoo?
I'm here.
Okay. Y'all help me remember to check back with Ms. McFetridge shortly. Okay, the next is...
Sorry, I'm here, Diane.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't want to lose anyone. The next is Ozark Mountain and Lead Hill boundary changes. Ms. Freno, you're up.
Thank you, Ms. Glory Freno, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. And first, I have to apologize to anyone who had to sit and listen to me talking to myself while I apparently wasn't on mute. But under Arkansas Code annotated 613-1414, a school district, or in this case, school districts, may petition the state board to adjust or change a boundary line between two adjoining school districts. The Ozark Mountain District and Lead Hill District, which are adjoining districts, have jointly petitioned the state board to change boundaries so that two pieces of land to the north of Bull Shoals Lake that are currently a part of Ozark Mountain would become part of the Lead Hill School District. Under the law, upon proof that a public notice was issued in a newspaper in each of the affected districts, no less than twice a week for 2 consecutive weeks, the board may issue an order changing or adjusting the boundary lines of the school districts. Although the board may not order any change in the boundary that hampers, delays, or in any manner negatively affects the DSEG efforts of the districts both assert that a boundary change would not have this result. Also, I would like to have Superintendent Carrie Sailors at some point confirm that the publication made in the newspaper was in both school districts, because just for the record, because that does not reflect in the agenda. Only the notice is there, but it doesn't show it. It's published in both places. So the school districts, assuming the notice was good, have met the requirements of the statute, and it is now up to the state board to decide whether it's within your discretion to decide whether to change the boundary lines. We have today with us Cody Keys, who is the lawyer for both Ozark Mountain and Lead Hill school districts, also Superintendent Carrie Sailors, and Tammy Ritchie, who's the superintendent of the Lead Hill School District. So if the board has no questions for me, I would like to turn the floor over to Cody Keys.
Do they need to be sworn in?
Cody Keys does not, but the other two do if they testify yes.
Okay. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and please unmute so I can hear you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I heard one yes from
Yes.
Richie. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Who will do the presentation?
Madam Chair, this is Cody Keys.
Okay.
I represent both districts and their superintendents who you just swore in are Tammy Ritchie, who's the superintendent of Lead Hill, and Carrie Sailors, who is the superintendent for Ozark Mountain. I appreciate Ms. Freno's recitation of what we're trying to do. It sums it up very well. The Ozark Mountain School District is a conglomeration of several school districts over the years through consolidation. And if you look at the map that we've provided, there are 2 pieces of land which are best described as peninsulas. They're completely surrounded by Bull Shoals Lake. The only access point is to Missouri. And on each peninsula, there's roughly 12 students, and on each peninsula, there's 6 each. And they, for all intent and purposes, are Missourians, but for they do live in that area, so they're Arkansas residents, but they attend school in Missouri by agreement with Ozark Mountain, whereby Ozark Mountain buses them to their school districts in Missouri, and they attend school there. So their only connection to Ozark Mountain is presumably the name on the side of the bus. And Ozark Mountain is a very large district, and 394 square miles. These two pieces of land they're not accessible except by a ferry, and it just really makes no sense for them to continue to be in Ozark Mountain just because of the huge distance, and they're in no way contiguous. So Lead Hill has an interest in obtaining that property. No other school district that boundaries this area has any interest, and they've all submitted letters. That's Mountain Hill, Flippin, Yellville Summit. They've all submitted letters that they have no interest in the property, and Lead Hill is prepared to take on the expense of transporting these students from their residence to the Missouri school. They're going to continue the arrangement whereby the students can attend school in Missouri. And for all intent and purposes, it would just make more sense because Lead Hill is closer to the area in the event there was some type of emergency where we would need access quickly to the students. Of course, we'd have to still get there by ferry, but it would be faster for Lead Hill, and they don't have as much landmass to cover as Ozark Mountain. So in conclusion, there's no opposition to this. I believe Commissioner Key received a letter of support from the representative there, Representative Jack Fortner, speaking on behalf of the community. And we've put this out and received no negative feedback. It would benefit both school districts, and all the neighboring school districts have also weighed in and have no issue with it.
Is that Henderson Ferry?
What's the ferry, Mr. Sailors? I know it's Peel. Is it the Peel Ferry?
It is the Peel Ferry.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? Do I have a motion?
Ms.
I'm
Zook,
sorry.
before we have a motion.
Secretary Key has a comment or question.
Just a clarification. Mr. Keys said that I'd received a letter. I received a phone call from Representative Fortner, and I told him that I would convey his support for this request to the board. So thank you, Mr. Keys, for reminding me of that, but it wasn't something that I could provide in writing for you, but he is very interested and supportive of this request on behalf of the districts.
Are both of these districts in his area?
Yes.
Ms. Freno, you started to say something?
Thank you, Ms. Zook. I'd just like to clarify with Superintendent Sailors that the public notice was issued in the newspaper in both of the counties that would be, both of the school districts that would be affected.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Newton, did I see something?
Yes, I did. I did have several questions.
Okay.
I guess my first question is on the publication, since we're talking about that. I know a lot of homeowners no longer take a newspaper. And so was there an effort to make sure that every homeowner in the area that we're talking about was aware of what's going on?
I guess
Mr. Sailors, could you speak to that? I think the answer is no. I'm certain the answer is no. It was done by legal publication, but I'll let Mr. Sailors speak to that.
It was done by legal publication and by contacting the superintendents in Missouri and all the superintendents in Arkansas schools that surround this property.
So we really don't know if...
Yeah, excuse me, Ms. Newton. I was wondering if the parents of those children were contacted.
This is Tammy Ritchie. I received a phone call from the superintendent of Mark Twain, who is one of the districts in question in Missouri. He did receive phone calls from some of the members of their community wanting to be sure that they were going to continue to be able to go to school at their district. And then those that go on over to Ludi, which is the other school district in Missouri, they want to make sure that they can continue to go to school there and that we would not try to make them basically come across the ferry every day. I assured them if the change was made that we would continue to support them going to school in Mark Twain.
Okay, I have several questions. My other question is, I know you're getting to them by ferry, but when they go to Missouri, they're not going by ferry. Is that correct?
That's correct. They live on the other side of the lake, so they are just taking a school bus on regular highway. So
okay. And then my next question is, what is the millage difference between the two districts?
$2.5 mils.
Increase or decrease?
Increase.
So we know if those homeowners are aware of that they're going to have an increase of 2.5 mils?
That's not something that I shared, no.
Okay. You know, I guess that's my question is, you know, we've publicized it, but we don't know that everyone in the area knows. And then we're talking about an increase in you know, 2.5 may not seem like much, but if someone didn't know that was going to happen, you know, that's I think is my concern there on that. So those were my big questions. Is we didn't have any direct contact with to make sure, and then there is a millage difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I do have a question, actually. This is Sarah.
Dr. Moore?
For the department, just out of curiosity, are there many other districts in the state that have this type of an agreement with another state where our state funding is going there?
We do have other school districts that have tuition agreements with others. Like I know, for example, there are students from Louisiana that are attending Junction City. I think we have arrangements around the Oklahoma area like that. Someone else might know that better than me, but I do know that there are agreements where some students go in opposite directions. You know, in this case, like I mentioned in Junction City, they come into Arkansas, but in this case, it's obvious the reason they leave Arkansas. If you look at the those little land masses that are up there, there's just no way to get around that lake.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Moore,
Except by ferry.
Yeah, Dr. Moore, I can affirm that at least in the past, there's been a similar arrangement between the Mountain Home School District and school districts in Missouri. I don't know if there are any students in that area now, but in the past there were students that lived again on that side of the lake, but they were in the Mountain Home School District. And for the same reasons, tuition agreement was undertaken and those students attended in Missouri. I think if you look along either any of the areas where there are bodies of water or rivers that may have changed at different times, there is the potential for a portion of Arkansas to be either locked due to water or because of the shift of the river. There have been in different parts of times in history, those types of agreements because of the access issue. So this is not that unusual. We just don't see it in very large numbers.
I think the main difference there would be that they are going to another state but staying in the same district with the same district millage. Am I interpreting that correctly?
And this might have already been said, but Lead Hill has other sections north of the river. Are those students already going to Missouri?
Well, the students that are in that section, I mean, there are other places where the lake, where the landmass is north of Bull Shoals Lake. But there's also an area where at one time we had students that at the end of this one road goes into Missouri, and they came to Lead Hill. There are not any right now, but there was a time when we had students there. So just the way that the lake weaves, yes, there are other areas where, but not like this, no.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Ms. Dean?
It's concerning Ms. Newton's concern, which is a very good point that she made. What would be, I don't know who this would be directed to, but what would be the remedy for making sure that we have proper input from the community and that they are aware of everything that's going on?
I'm going to take a stab at that. From a legal standpoint, I believe the districts have met their obligation under the statute. That's the way it's set forward, the process that's set forward. So from a legal standpoint, the publication in the Mountaineer Echo up there, which is pretty widely read in that part of the state, is they've met that obligation. As far as any notices to taxpayers, that will happen through the county assessor's office. So it won't be anything that will happen ahead of time, but they will be notified by a change in their assessment.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Moved by Dr. Moore,
Seconded.
second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you to the superintendents, and thank you, Ms. Freno.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Board.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, now we have the Perkins 5, Dr. Kremers. Am I saying your name correctly?
Kramers, yes. Okay. Good afternoon. The Division of Career and Technical Education respectfully requests the Arkansas State Board of Directors' final approval of the Perkins 5 state plan. 4 items were submitted for the board's review, and these include the Perkins 5 state plan, the Perkins 5 executive summary, the Perkins 5 overview, and the Perkins 5 data overview. The successful implementation of the Arkansas Perkins 5 state plan will prepare high school students and college students for high skill, high wage, in-demand future careers. It'll develop a strong pipeline of talent for Arkansas employers. It will build strong communities, engage stakeholders and workforce in education planning and solutions, establish a clear and consistent goal for alignment of education and workforce systems, and provide excellence in education and equal opportunities for all students. To accomplish this, the Arkansas Perkins 5 state plan focuses on alignment with the state's ESSA and also the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act state plan to address 6 essential areas. These areas include equal opportunities for all students, workforce alignment, clear pathways to college and career, stakeholder engagement, college, career, and community readiness, and remaining student-focused in all that we do. The state plan is required to have the board's approval prior to submission to the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education. The submission deadline is June 15th of 2020. The DCTE staff respectfully requests the board's final approval.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments?
I have a comment. I just wanted to commend them on this plan. I was very impressed with the amount of stakeholder engagement that they employed in reaching out to the community and all stakeholders in the community, and the fact that there will be ongoing engagement. So I was very pleased with that. So very good job on that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
Yes, I
Dr. Moore?
go what Ms. Dean said, but wanted to ask, I know it says that the new plan will require increased partnerships between businesses and schools for work-based learning, and wanted to know a little bit more into that.
Yes, thank you for asking about that. So we have worked really hard to work on infrastructure for what work-based learning looks like. We've now added different levels of work-based learning so that it's more clear for business and industry to partner with schools. In former structures of work-based learning, the option was sometimes just paid or not paid, whether it was tied to the program of study the student was actually learning or not. So now there is a clear delineation of what is the role of the business and industry partner and what is the role of the education entity and the teachers. And so that there are guides that are now available, information on the website. We have coordinated with the State Board of Education, with the State Chamber of Commerce to present and make sure there is a connection clearly with the State Chamber of Commerce. And so what will happen is that now there are additional options so that there are less concerns about liability, the age of the student, requirements for the number of hours, options for whether the student is on-site versus off-site or a hybrid model. So there is a lot of more opportunity for those communications and connections to occur. Documentation is a lot more clear in setting the goals and plan between the student and the employer. And that has been a big win on the behalf of the employer because they don't always have as much time investing. They're happy to bring students on board, but with a better, cleaner infrastructure and documentation in place, it is much easier now to align what are the goals of the students learning while they're on that work site location. So a lot of good things happening with that. We also have the local chambers of commerce involvement so that where there is challenges in finding a local business and industry partner, they are helping to facilitate some of those conversations. Additionally, there was legislation that passed that helps to incentivize the business and industry partners to support work-based learning through tax incentive, through tax relief, if they do pay a stipend to the student.
That's great, and I obviously I'm an advocate of y'all's work and of y'all's work strengthening in schools, and know it's a great advantage that you're within DESE to strengthen that as we go along. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
I actually have an additional question I meant to ask earlier. It's concerning the ongoing stakeholder feedback. I noticed that it says that you'll have key government stakeholders to monitor implementation. You'll have CTE coordinators to convene regional advisory groups. What will that advisory group look like on the local level?
That is for the ongoing requirements that are the federal component, but also included in the plan is that we will be developing a Perkins advisory guiding group, just as there is an ESSA steering committee. We will be doing the same thing with Perkins in the development of an advisory that will be cross-sector and cross-geographic area, and making sure that we have diverse input and representation. So that specific portion that you're reading is just to make sure we meet all of the federal requirements for ongoing accountability, but then we'll also have the community and other stakeholder involvement. So federally, each local agency is required to have a regional advisory council meeting. So those stakeholders are invited through their local educational service cooperative. And they now with Perkins 5, the great thing with that is they actually have a list of stakeholders to make sure it's comprehensive on who is who there is outreach to, and to making sure that there is thought to all populations to be involved in the conversations for the local application. That helps to steer the funding that goes to the local agency. So What's wonderful with Perkins 5 is it's no longer a top-down approach. All of the funding and the communication and the stakeholder input happens at the local level. So those are the federal pieces, but then broadly for the state, we will develop for ongoing feedback and input it's in the state plan, the Perkins 5, whether we call it steering committee, guiding committee, but it will be in place for that non-federal compliance stakeholder feedback and input.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board member? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Second.
second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Kremers.
Thank you, board.
Okay, Ms. Freno, lead us into rules. Have we lost Ms. Freno?
No, you have not. I'm working off of two different screens and I had to unmute myself over there. Thank you, Ms. Zook, for your patience. The first set of rules that are going to be before you today for final approval are the rules governing the Arkansas Teacher of the Year program. And you might remember that these rules incorporate Act 251 of 2019, which expanded eligibility for the Teacher of the Year program to any licensed educator who's engaged in direct student contact for up to 70% of the educator's contract, or for more than 70% of the educator's contract time. Prior, the law had limited eligibility to classroom teachers. This opened it up a little bit further to guidance counselors and library media specialists. This board put these rules out for public comment in October of 2019. After governor approval, they went out and we received some public comments, which only result in tiny editorial changes to the rules. And at this point, the division respectfully requests final approval of these rules.
Do you have any questions or a motion?
I move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton,
Second.
second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next also is Ms. Freno on public school student services.
Yes, and the public school student services rules that are before you, this is a repeal. These rules were repealed as a result of Act 190 of 2019. That act repealed the Public School School Services Act and wholly replaced it with a brand new one, which was the School Counseling Improvement Act of 2019. The new act did not give the state board the authority to promulgate rules, but Learning Services, the division's Learning Services division has promulgated lots of beautiful guidance with regard to this new law. This board approved these for release in October of 2019. After governor's approval, they were released and we received no public comments at all. So at this point, we respectfully request that these rules be given final approval.
Any questions or a motion?
Yes, I have a question, Ms.
Yes,
Zook.
Ms. McFettridge?
Does the department still look over these counseling programs and just kind of review them from time to time?
Could I ask Stacy Smith if she could please answer that question?
Ms. Smith?
And Stacey Smith, Arkansas Department of Ed. So yes, our counseling unit actually provides professional development, and they actually submit their plans to our counseling unit and we give feedback to those.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Welcome.
Anyone else? Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve this.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Freno, before you go away, would you share with the board the honor that Ms. Hyatt received recently?
Oh my, yes. I wish you would have asked me to get the exact name of it, but recently Mary Claire was honored by the Arkansas Bar Association for developing and presenting the best CLE, continuing legal education of the entire year. And that is really a great honor because usually that award tends to go to a firm or to a group of people, but this one just went strictly to Mary Claire. And that was just very exciting, and we're all very proud, as always.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Hyatt.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Awesome.
Thank you all.
Okay, now you get to speak on your rules.
Yes, ma'am. For consideration for final approval, these are the rules governing school district requirements for personnel policies, salary schedules, minimum salaries, and documents posted to district websites. The changes are pretty big changes that we made. We took out all of the information that was duplicative about personnel policies, salary schedules, and minimum salaries from these rules, since they just were a regurgitation of the law. So this rule has really changed into a rule that puts all of the website requirements into one single rule. It also incorporates the provisions of Acts 1039, 869 of 2017 and Acts 190, 83, 676, 757 of 2019. We did receive 4 public comments. We only made very tiny changes to some numbering and some grammatical errors throughout. No substantive changes, and we respectfully request your final approval of these rules.
Do I have any questions or comments from board members?
I have a question. It's not necessarily about these rules because I'm fine with all of that, but in the last few months, having to go to different school districts' websites and search for some of this information, it feels like sometimes that we go on a scavenger hunt. You know, I have spent hours at one time looking for a piece of information that I needed, you know, and I would maybe finally find it, but is there any way that we can give some guidance on I know we can't dictate on where it should be, but, you know, just to make it a little bit easier to find sometimes, because, you know, if I know what I'm looking for and I know I need the information, but I can think of a parent or someone else that would just finally just throw up their hands and say, it's not there, you know. Is there anything that we can do to make it a little easier to find?
I'm hopeful that the new rules will help solve some of those issues, because all of the information that's going to be required by these rules will be required to be under a tab on the home page that's called State Required Information, and all of this information will be required to be in the same spot. Now, there are some other things that have to go on the website, like your school choice notification and things like that, that aren't in these rules. And so they're going to have more flexibility on where to put those things. But almost all of the website requirements are now in these rules, as before it was only 5 or 6 of the website requirements in the rules. So we've tried to put them all in these rules. They have to go in the same place. It has to be on the home page, exactly for that reason.
Thank you. That sounds like that will help. Thank you.
Was there anything substantial taken out that will no longer be required on a website?
Not for the website components. In the original rule, it was personnel policies, salary schedules, and website requirements. The personnel policies and salary schedules were word for word from the statute. So we removed those and turned this into a rule that's just the website requirements. We spent a lot of time combing through all the statutes and all the rules and finding hopefully all of the website requirements and putting them into one rule for ease. So nothing has changed as far as stuff that no longer has to go on the website. We've just added in all of the other website requirements throughout the Arkansas Code into one rule.
Cool. I know that was a lot of work, so thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I had asked that because one of the things like Ms. Newton, I look for on there is the dyslexia numbers. And so often when we talk to a district, they either were unclear about how to do, but I had asked that we include on their information required on the website that we ask how many students were screened in the two different spans, the K2 and the 312, what screener was used, and then the reason, so I was wondering, I know that sometimes when things aren't in legislation, they're added administratively. Is there some reason why the DESE decided that those should be left out?
So if you'll look at section 7 of the rules, that's where the dyslexia information is.
Right.
This does track what's in the law. And Ms. Zook, I apologize. I don't remember you requesting that specifically in these rules. It would be, I think, raise concern if we added more specificity than what the law allows, since the law is very clear on what the expectation of the legislature is. But if you would like me to add those things, that's definitely something I can look at either in the next edit of these rules after the next session, or I can bring these back to you next month. Probably if we added something like that, and they would have to go back out for public comment. But if that's what the board wishes to do, I'm happy to look into it.
Okay, I'm happy to share my rationale. Obviously, we have a limited number of people who can do audits of districts in the dyslexia department, the part of learning services, and it would seem that this would aid Ms. King and others if they could see, okay, here's the screener they're using, how many kids they have, here's how many were identified in receiving service, but it might throw up a flag, well, we better go visit this district, or we might better visit this district to see, in fact, if it's done. I think the frustration for those of us who have been here from the beginning of the dyslexia law in 13, and then the modifications that were made in 15 and 17, and now in 19, is that if you're interested, there's still not a clear help. It's like the district this morning, they were saying, oh, well, we didn't really report, what was factual. So, y'all can bat it around, and Ms. Smith and the people in her department, and Ms. King, so that might, and even Ms. Kaufman's department, that's one person out of 3 million that live in the state of Arkansas. But that is something I look for and cannot find without specifically asking a district when they come on the agenda.
Ms. Zook, can you repeat exactly what piece of information you're wanting?
I'd like, there's two different grade spans, the K2 and the 312. All K2 students have to be screened. Any students where a teacher feels like they need to be screened are supposed to be screened 312. Knowing how many students were screened, what the screener is that they're using, and how many showed markers of dyslexia. That, if I were in the job at the department trying to figure out, I need to visit this district, I need to talk to this district, this district's doing a good job, that would be helpful to me rather than looking at the website where they would say students screened and 2 being served, and then you look at the 2 and that's like less than 1% of the total population, which prompts questions when you know that okay, so are you serving all of those students now under special education because they also have extenuating circumstances, or are they being served by the interventionist? Ms. Smith, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do. So first off, we do get that information here at the department. We get it by grade level specific to students being served. And our dyslexia specialists, we work with the educational cooperatives to review every district and look at their numbers and provide feedback that way. The request that you were talking about is what the districts actually report on their website.
Yeah.
And they should be pulling the information from, you know, because in our eSchool system, they're literally marking every student if that student is receiving services. And so we can see it by grade level per student in a statewide report.
Okay.
And we do try to follow up on that. You are right. As they are putting it on their website, what was in the law to be required for districts to post was not down by the grade level. It really was about, you know, the number that they were serving and what program they were using and who their specialist was. And so we did have, so Mary Claire, Ms. Sook did email me asking those questions about, you know, could we require all districts to post the same type of report? And we had conversations internally here about, we felt like that was kind of outside what the law was requiring, but we did feel like it was a good suggestion on the guidance that we need to be providing for school districts and dyslexia specialists at the co-ops to try to get everybody kind of on the same page and trying to report it the same way. Because we do recognize that when you're looking on websites, it's all over the place. And if we can ever get it to the point on our end where we can actually pull it together and report it in one direction, that would be probably the most helpful. So as they're reporting information to the department, we're able to pull some type of report together with it. So I think the points you're making are good points, and I understand them.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'd like to just add, I think because of FERPA, they can share information with us and we can have access to information that's different than what they can share with the public. And if they were doing it by grade level and you had maybe a K-12 school in a small district, you might run into issues with being able to identify students depending on how many kids are identified if we required them to do that and they were in class sizes that were smaller.
And we do have some reporting. We do have some reporting on dyslexia on My School Info, which we can probably work with a little bit better to make sure everybody here understands how to pull that information. So it does show up on My School Info from the information that's put in. But Mary Claire is right. The number of students, and those are things we have to be careful with.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Thank you both for your information. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton.
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Ms. Hyatt, rules governing 1240 waivers.
Yes, ma'am. For final consideration, these are the new rules governing Act 1240 waivers. So it's not an amendment to a rule. These are brand new. They were promulgated pursuant to Arkansas Code 615-103, which is the law about traditional public school district waivers, and incorporate provisions made to other laws by Act 641 and 815 of 2019. The new rule basically explains the 1240 process, explains how the district may petition the state board, elaborates on the state board's authority to request specific reporting or make changes to a 1240 waiver request, and elaborates on the extension of 1240 requests. So hopefully if these are approved and then approved by ALC next month, we'll have a brand new 1240 waiver form, a new extension request form, and you guys will be getting a lot more information about how the district is using the waivers and what data they have looked at and what community engagement they've had for both the initial request and the extension request. We did receive some public comments but made no substantive changes, and we request that these rules be approved.
Do you have questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you that we have rules, and it's a great thing. And so thank you for your work, and you know the time limit. I mean, all of those things that we've been wishing for a long time. So thank y'all for your hard work, and I am very grateful.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Anyone else?
I do. I just want some clarifications. I echo that as well. Just to be clear, so this allows us to accept in whole, deny, or revoke at any point in time. Is that correct?
Yes. So I tried to model that. Since 1240 waivers are based on charter waivers, I tried to model the process and the authority similar to how we deal with charter school waivers. So if, for instance, there was a constituent complaint or something happened where you became aware that someone was misusing a 1240, or they got on fiscal distress or not academic distress, in need of level 5 support. I'm so sorry, Deb Kaufman. You would be able to call them in and to have a hearing about their waivers and see if you needed to revoke them before they expired.
Thank you. Thank you again for your work on this.
Anyone else?
I just, please, it's a general question, and Mary Claire, something you just said made me think about it. It even goes back to our discussion about Forest City. So is there an opportunity? I know waivers serve different purposes. In some cases, it's for equity between a traditional and a charter school, but in some cases, as it has to do with teachers and licensure. And is there any planned reporting that helps us understand how effective or what the impact of these waivers have been over time?
Well, and the commissioner might want to jump in, or someone else. I do think that there are some people inside the division kind of looking at waivers as a whole. As it relates to individual schools, right now we're just kind of getting that voluntary reporting that the board has requested. These rules will allow you to specify things that you want to see in the reporting and specify which waivers you want to see the reporting discuss. So in terms of an individual school district's waivers, you're going to be getting a lot more useful data after these rules are in place in terms of how waivers as a whole affect students in Arkansas. I'm not 100% sure what the current efforts are.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Chambers.
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Hyatt, K-12 immunization.
Yes, these also are for final approval. These are the rules governing kindergarten through 12th grade immunization requirements in Arkansas public schools. The only changes made here were to change department to division, and then also to add the provisions of Act 676 of 2019. We did receive 2 public comments, and they resulted in a renumbering of one section and a grammatical change, and that's all. And we request that these be approved for final approval.
Any questions? Comments? I'm assuming that since we have never required that a child receive an immunization, or I don't think that's the right word, the flu shot, that unless there was federal or state requirements with regard to receiving a shot, if we get an immunization for COVID-19, that would require legislation. Am I correct?
Either legislation, or I suppose it could be a governor mandated requirement, but it's not something that we could add in these rules without a legislative change.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Dugan, final with regard to scoliosis screening.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So what's in front of the board today is consideration for final approval. Rules governing scoliosis screening. These are new rules. However, the Department of Health had these rules since the 80s, and Act 843 of 2019 transferred the promulgation of these rules to the Department of Education. Public comment hearing was held on February 12, 2020. We received public comments that resulted in non-substantive changes. I did work with the Department of Health in coordination with them on these rules and presented them to their board in January. And I've been as far as this process. And I'd ask that these rules be approved.
Do I have any questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Chambers,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Mr. Dugan, homeschool.
The next rules I have in front of the board today are also for final approval. These are the rules governing homeschools, and these rules are rules that the department has had that we've amended to incorporate the changes of Act 429 and 430. We had a public comment on October 28, 2019. Last month, these were on the action agenda, but we're pulled to talk with more stakeholders. We did reach out to those stakeholders and made the changes that those stakeholders approved that are in this new draft. So there's one little change from last month's draft to this draft. However, that change was non-substantive, and so I'd ask that these rules be approved.
Ms. Dean, were you satisfied based on the reason you asked for it to be pulled?
Yes, I am. I appreciate Secretary Key and the department, Mr. Dugan, and all that's involved with working with the and Ms. Freno, who all was working with the homeschool community through Education Alliance. So definitely appreciate the partnership.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments or questions? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Second.
second by Ms. McFettridge. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Mr. Dugan, Code of Ethics.
So what's in front of the board, the third rules I have are the consideration for final approval, the rules governing the Code of Ethics for Arkansas educators. These were rules that the department already had in Act 475 of 2019 is what did these rules. And what that act did is it gave clarification that the PLSB still has jurisdiction over a complaint if the educator lists their license. So that's the understanding of the PLSB, but just it's codified to determine that if there's an investigation, that license expires, just letting your license expire doesn't mean it ends the case. And so we received public comments on these. They were non-substantive. It was mostly grammatical errors. And that was really the only change to these rules. So I'd love to entertain questions, but I'd ask that these rules be approved.
Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Newton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Mr. Dugan, final rules governing background check.
We're halfway there, guys. So the rules I have in front of y'all are the rules governing background checks. This is also an amendment to an existing rule. Two acts, Act 536 and Act 1040. Act 536 is the one that got rid of the 10-year requirement when something is sealed. Once it's sealed, as long as it's non-sexual or non-violent, it's no longer a disqualifying offense. It used to be 10 years before this act. And Act 1040 is the law requiring classified employees to have background checks once every 5 years. We had a public comment hearing on these rules also, and we're asking for these rules to be approved for final approval.
Do you have any questions or comments? I have a question. I was asked the other day if a classified employee can be heard by PLSB if there's a complaint against them.
So if they're on an Act 1240 waiver, if they're on an Act 1240 waiver at a charter school, then they are bound by the Code of Ethics. But classified employees, for example, paraprofessionals, people driving buses, things of that sort, the PLSB does not have jurisdiction over them. And the background check, we do their background check, but it's up to that local district, their local board. So we send them notice that this educator, or not the educator, this classified employee, not educator, classified employee has a disqualifying offense. And then that board sends them notice saying, hey, you have disqualifying offense, you can ask for a hearing in front of that local school board. And so classified employees would not come to the PLSB, nor would they come to the state board.
Okay, the question was, would, if someone witnessed something that a classified employee did, who would that be turned over to? And your answer is to the local board.
Correct, and also DHS. If it's something that rises to the level that's maltreatment, then it should be reported to DHS also.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Zook.
Dr. Fever has a comment on that.
I think the distinction would be whether or not that employee is acting as the teacher of record. If they may be an unlicensed teacher of record, but if they've been hired to be the teacher of record, that's when there could be a distinction also with PLSB.
Okay, she's saying that if it's a person that's a teacher of record, then that would apply just like the teacher PLSB. But if it's a security guard or a home or a lunchroom worker, something like that, it would not. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Dr. Moore.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Dugan, financial incentives for National Board Professional Teaching Standards.
And so there was no act for the change rules. However, I worked with educator effectiveness on these rules because they wanted to clarify a lot of things with the program. And so these changes have been for clarification. For example, when do these candidates have to turn in their components? If they don't complete these components, they will have to repay this funding. So these rules are just for clarification. We did receive public comments on them that resulted in non-substantive changes. And so if there's no questions on this one, I'd ask this one be for final approval, but this one was not one that came out of any act from this year.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments or questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge.
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Mr. Dugan, educator licensure.
So I saved these for last because these are the big rules that are so long, and I hope the summary that I attached helped give some of the changes that the division made on these rules. But what you have in front of you are the rules governing educator licensure, and the changes that were incorporated these were because of Acts 83, 540, and 628. We had a public comment here on November 18th, 2019. We did receive public comments on these rules, and the division addressed those, and we didn't have any substantive changes as far as to the public comments. So we would ask for these to be approved, and but I bet there will be questions on these. So if there's any questions, I'd love to entertain questions on this set of rules.
Do you have any comments or questions?
I do have a question because I didn't notice this until this week about the change to allow a license if you fail the praxis exam and the sort of rules around that.
Yes, that's correct. And so what we've done is we've added a section that the person, so what is the definition of the assessment? And so the assessment can be the praxis exam. However, let's say the person cannot pass. The other assessment can be the other things that we outlined in those rules. Yeah. They still have to take an assessment exam, but they have to be within a certain standard area of measurement within that, but then also provide micro-credentials, show that they've worked in a school for 3 years. And there's one more that it's escaping me, but they have to complete those other requirements in order to be, to get a license.
And is that something, did y'all get much feedback on that from districts?
So we did receive public comments on it. And maybe, Carly or Melissa on here that, really address this issue more, but we did receive public comments on it. But as far as our responses to those public comments, I think address their issues.
Madam Chair, this is Carly Saraceni, and all the feedback that we have gotten has been positive, both from the districts and taking it to the deans of education, because sometimes that test is a barrier. And if they can show performance-based assessment in their content area with that 2 standard area of measurement, then that could show that they have enough competencies to be a teacher.
Thank you,
And
Ms. Saraceni.
And would this be after, a first take of the test, or does it require any number of takes?
It's got to require at least 1 attempt, because you have to score within 2 measures of error.
Okay, I know obviously this is a real concern of many districts across the state. I just want to ensure that we're not watering down any. Do y'all feel that it's really substantially lowering the bar, or just, allowing those to enter?
These are people that are almost passing. Usually it's 1 or 2 points, and nationally, they say you can go up or down 1 or 2 standard area of measurements. So we feel, and still be legally defendable. So we feel very good, because we had just not gone down any standard area of measurements, but other states do right off the bat when they approve a cut score.
That makes sense.
Anyone
We
else?
just didn't want to cut all the scores down. We would like to leave the bar high. And if someone needs that help, we have things in place to show their competency in that area.
I understand that. And also understand that a test doesn't always equate to, it doesn't equate to teaching all the time. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton, second
Second.
by Ms. Dean. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Thank y'all.
Ms.
Y'all be
Salas-
safe.
Thank you, Mr. Dugan. Ms.
Thank you.
Salas Ford?
Thank you. Courtney Salas Ford for the division. Next up for your review is the division's rules governing student special needs funding. Our primary goal in amending these rules was governing the section previously known as National School Lunch, which was changed to Enhanced Student Achievement Funding. So there were changes both to the name as well as to the allowable expenditures of that funding. There were only minor other revisions made. However, we did receive substantial public comment on the alternative learning section, which we did not make any changes to. As you can see in our response to those public comments, the division is planning an extensive and thorough review of that section in the future, in which we will engage stakeholders and get feedback from the community. So it wasn't that we were disregarding any of these public comments. That's just not the section that we were changing at this time. So those comments did not result in any substantive changes, and we are requesting final approval pending ALC review.
Any comments or questions? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Second.
second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Also, Ms. Alice Ford on the rules governing Succeed Scholarship.
Yes, changes were proposed to the Succeed Scholarship Program rules to incorporate acts from both the 2017 and 2019 session. If you will recall, several things were changed in both of these sessions in terms of expanding the program to be available for students in group foster home, to allowing additional private schools who were in the process of getting accreditation, students who had a service plan instead of just an IEP. So all of these changes were incorporated into the rules. We did receive only 2 comments regarding technical and grammatical corrections, nothing substantive, and so we are requesting final approval.
Do I have comments or questions? Okay, I have a question. I know last year, the first year when they referenced in addition to IEPs, I think it's ISP are the initials that were used. There seems to be some confusion because under the IEP, it was the district and the superintendent in which the student's parents actually lived. Last year, because some students lived in one district, but they were attending a private accredited school in a different school district, they were saying that the district and the personnel where the school was located, not where the student resided, was involved. And I think my frustration with that is if the student has never attended the district in which the school is involved, but their resident district is familiar with them, or the superintendent has given permission if they have never been in his school, why were the ISPs requiring the non-resident district where the school was located to have to be involved as opposed to where the student's resident district was? Did I state that in a very confusing way?
No, I completely understand, and that confused a lot of people. And the reason for that is because under federal IDEA law, every public school district who has a private school in its district has to provide a private school proportionate share services to students in that private school. Even if those students don't reside in the district, the responsibility of the public school is to the private school in its district. So if you have a student who lives, and I'm just using for example, in Little Rock School District, but they attend a private school in Pulaski County School District, it is the Pulaski County School District who is responsible under federal law for providing those private school proportionate share services. So they are the ones who would be drafting an ISP or a service plan. What's confusing?
Whether or not that child needs a service that would be provided by that district. For example, maybe the district where the school is located would say, okay, we'll provide speech therapy or OT or whatever, a related service, but if the child is not going to receive any of those services, they're only going to receive academic services. It's still a requirement because of the reference to federal IDEA?
Yes. So when a school district is determining what private school proportionate share services to provide, they don't look at the individual students. They have a consultation with the private schools as well as homeschool parents in their area, and the public school determines what service are we going to provide. So for example, speech therapy, and they can decide to only provide speech therapy up to the financial amount that they are required to under federal law. And that's what makes the designation under federal law is strictly a dollar amount. However, they determine to provide that dollar amount, students who are attending private schools in that district can access that service. They have no individual right to services from that public school or from their resident public school. So they may not need speech, which means they may not have any access to therapy, or they might be accessing their therapies through the private school, or they may just not be getting that therapy from either school. That's why this is about the parent's choice, whether to go to a private school that may not be providing the service their child needs and risking that they may not get it from the public school if the public school has chosen not to offer that service.
In that instance, does the private school take the lead as far as developing the ISP, because the resident district of the not the resident district, the district where the school is located is unfamiliar with the child and probably doesn't know what kind of services would be needed in an ISP?
It's still that public school district where the private school is located. It is still their responsibility. Now, ideally, they would get input from the private school and possibly from the resident school. But what I wanted to note is that because of the requirements for the Succeed Scholarship Program, neither district may have ever had access or involvement with this child. They may have never been in a public school at all. So they are going to have to work collaboratively with whoever has information about the child to determine what services they might need. But again, when the public school where the private school is located is determining what to provide, they are not as focused on what does a child need. They're focused on what are we choosing to provide. And then if a private school child comes to them and says, I want to access these services, they develop a service plan saying, this is what we're going to provide you. And yes, typically they're going to want evaluation information, parent information, educator information to make that determination. But that would not be something they would necessarily already have available to them.
Okay. Perhaps since this is the second year into this, there will be less confusion for the parent, the resident district, the district of the private school, and the private school. So hopefully so. It seems needlessly complicated, but I trust that we're doing what we're supposed to do for the child.
We are, and I won't comment as to whether it's more complicated than it should be, but we are following federal law as it is written and trying to do the best that we can, explaining to everyone involved whose obligation is what.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? And thank you all for bearing with me on this. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hallisford. Next, we have the election of officers. The nominating committee nominated Ms. Dean for chair for the 2020-2021 year, and Mr. Williamson for vice chair. There were no additional nominations at that time. Do we have any additional nominations at this time? And both of them graciously accepted the nomination, so we will need a roll call vote to make this official. So Mr. Key, get his information ready. Okay, what you're voting on is for Ms. Dean to be chair and Mr. Williamson to be vice chair for the 2021 school year.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson? Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you both very much. We look forward to your service in these positions, and thank you all for being willing to serve.
Thank you.
Okay, new business, Ms. Hyatt. Do you want to make a speech, Ms. Dean?
I just want to say I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I will do my best to serve the students of Arkansas and all of the family and stakeholders in the community as well.
We have no doubt. Thank you. Now then, Ms. Hyatt.
Thank you, Ms. Oak. If you'll look on the attachment to the agenda, it's just the current version of the operating procedures. The last time these were redone, Dr. Barth and I worked on them together in 2017 and early 2018, and they were adopted at the June meeting in 2018 and effective July 1st, 2018. Now that we have lived with these for almost 2 years, I know that there are several portions of these that need to be reviewed and made more clear. What I'd like to do, and this is kind of my proposal, is to allow the board members the opportunity to submit to me any suggestions or any concerns that they have with the operating procedures by June 1st, which gives you a little bit over 2 weeks to have time to review and send your comments. While at the same time, I'll be meeting with people inside the division to kind of get some of their feedback. As you've made comments throughout the past 2 years, I've taken notes, and Chief of Staff Gina Wendell has also sent me notes from comments that you've made to her. So I do have some starting off point. I'd like to then come back in June with a draft and go over the proposed changes. If it's acceptable at that time, you could vote to approve and they could go in place starting in July. If you want me to make changes, I can go back. They don't have to be in place by July 1st. You can change them at any time. But I think now is just as good a time as any to kind of start looking at them and making changes. So if it's okay with the board, I'd like to begin that process now and to get your feedback by June 1st.
Okay, board, do you want to look at this individually and give the feedback, or do we, and I don't even know if we could have a work session, or where we can bounce things off of each other in the public eye, or how do you want to handle this? Okay, think about it, and as you go through and analyze the current information and have questions or things that either are not clear or need to be clarified, if you will give that, and then if at the June meeting she presents all this information, and at that time different people want to weigh in and postpone it, then that will be something that we can do at that time. Will that work, Ms. Hyatt?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll send an email to the board members so that you have the current version and my email address easily accessible, so you can just respond to that email with your comments.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much. Now then, since this is new business, do we need to vote on this item?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Does anybody need a break before we go into reports? Seeing no, first let's look at the reports of the board members, and we'll go to Ms. McAdoo first.
I actually don't have any report for today. Mine is going to be next week. I mean, next month.
Next month. But we will come if it's next week, because we want to hear from you. Okay. I had Ms. Wendell send you the report from the special ed section. Did anyone else have a report that they have to share with the full board? Seeing none, we'll have the secretary's report.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. One thing I want to give you an update on is the status of the Lee County School District. I'm happy to report that for the next school year, Ms. Willie Murdoch will be rejoining the team and be serving as superintendent for Lee County. As you all know, she served in that role in the past, previous state takeover, And we saw progress there during that time, and she's agreed to join us again in that role. So just wanted to give you a follow-up bit of information on that. There are two things that we want to talk about from the standpoint of an update regarding the CARES Act and our response to the COVID-19 issue. And I'll start with Ms. Kaufman, and she is going to give you a report and a summary about the different types of funding and the status of where we are as a state on getting that funding rolled out to our districts.
Thank you, Commissioner Key. This is Deborah Kaufman. The CARES Act was approved by President Trump March 27th. As soon as that information came out, we have been working on getting things ready for our school districts. And so what I'm happy to announce is that yesterday we put out a commissioner memo announcing a webinar that's scheduled for Monday, May 18th at 9 a.m. That webinar will be recorded and posted. Tomorrow, I'll be putting out a commissioner memo that has a new web page from our DESE website. There will be a CARES Act web page that will detail all of the information that our school districts will need to know about the CARES Act funds. Right now, we are ready to move forward with the elementary and secondary school education relief funds, which are called ESSER. Those, we have submitted our state application to the U.S. Department of Education and look forward to hearing back from them very soon, but they are turning around those approvals very quickly. It's a very short application. This webpage will contain all of the information, so it'll be the one-stop spot to go for everything that's happening. Every time we're hearing from someone, reporting something, updating a document, everything will be in this one easy to access page. So I wanted to tell you just quickly a little bit about the CARES Act. The CARES Act is a substantial pot of funds. It's $128,758,638 that will come to the state of Arkansas, and $115 million plus a little bit will go out to our LEAs. They will go through an application process. We have provided a very, it looks lengthy because it's very detailed with all of the requirements we have to put in the application, but the actual application itself is very quick and easy for school districts to submit, and they can begin submitting those Monday after the application. The funds are required, the LEAs are required to provide equitable services, and we do have some very detailed guidance from the U.S. Department of Ed that will help to guide that process, and we have certainly been working with our schools, with our federal program coordinators to make sure that they're very well aware of that. The CARES Act outlines in great detail 12 uses of these funds. They're very specific for the uses, and the intent of this money is that school districts and non-public schools, that the services that they're receiving address the impact that COVID-19 has had and continues to have on elementary and secondary schools across the nation. We would ask our school districts to be thinking and planning right now about what have they learned from this experience and what do they need to think about going forward so that learning continues and that all of the resources are available to serve each child. And so that's very much the intent of these funds. These funds can be utilized. We've kind of picked 4 big focus areas: food security. How do we continue to serve student needs? Second one is direct student supports and continuous learning opportunities. That is, how do we keep the learning happening? How do we ensure every child is gaining and growing as we expect, and what are we doing to make sure that their accommodations are being met, whatever is being prepared for them. The third group is that third bucket is technology. The expectation is that our schools, when they look forward to the end of these funds, that they have set themselves up to provide a quality blended learning environment. And fourth, that there are uses to address the systemic processes and procedures needed to ensure that not only have things been purchased, but they've been purchased such to design a very sustainable system. So tomorrow we'll release that memo. We'll be happy to send that to you so that you can look it over ahead of time. And that's certainly what we want all of our school districts to do, is to review the website, look through the whole thing. There's a lot of very detailed information on there. There's guidance, there's quick overviews all the way to very thorough guidance. We would like to have that webinar on Monday, and then our schools would be in a place to begin submitting their application to us, and then thinking about how they're going to utilize those funds. And while I'm talking, I just got a text from Mr. Rogers that our application has been accepted, so we're good to go.
Great news. Anybody have any questions or comments on Ms. Kaufman's input?
Yeah, under direct student support, would that be like, we're looking at the last 9 weeks where students have not had instruction on, I'm sure teachers are doing review topics, but not a lot of new material. So we're looking at that 9 weeks of not covering what would be standards. Are we looking at anything maybe that would be support maybe through the summer or after school support next year? Or what kinds of things are you thinking about on that direct student support?
That's my next topic.
Okay.
That's the next part of my report. So,
Ms. Kaufman, you're off the hook.
Love it. Thank you.
Are you finished?
I guess in that same vein, are these funds being used as a reimbursement, or is it all future spending, if that makes sense?
The funds can be used to cover expenses that are allowable under these guidelines back to March 13th. So we asked our districts to code any expenditures to CV COVID in case there were expenses they were incurring along the way. They will then, once they get all this information, have to make a determination how they want, if they want to keep it paid the way that they currently have paid it, or if they need to journal entry it over into these funds. So they're going to have quite a few funds to think about the wisest use.
Exactly. And this, just to clarify, this is on top of, they're still receiving federal funding for food support services, and no funding has been cut from state or federal sources at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct. And not only do they still have all of that funding, but through our waivers, we've been allowed to have extensions of monies and allow carryover of funds, and even our Title IV no longer is limited in the expenditures of how much you can spend for technology. You now could spend the whole amount on technology. So quite a bit of leeway has been provided in the waivers that we've applied for and been approved for.
That's great. I appreciate y'all's work in doing that.
Just one more question. This is not going to be competitive in any way, is it?
No, ma'am. All of the ESSER funds will go out to our LEAs that currently receive Title I funds. So the difference in, once it gets to the district, it does not have to be distributed to schools according to Title I. It's just how it gets to the district in the allocation.
Will there be any fund avenue for districts or schools that are not Title I?
So every district in the state, district and or charter LEA in the state receives Title I, is eligible and receives Title I except for one. And that would be the only one that's not eligible for these funds.
Okay.
And that one is Hoss Hall. They do not accept Title I funds, therefore they are not eligible for CARES Act.
Right. That makes sense. Are they a 501c3, do we know?
Yes, I believe every charter is.
Okay, then they can apply for funds in a different direction under the CARES Act, any 501c3 nonprofit. Okay, any other questions about any of that before we turn it back over to Secretary Key? Okay, Secretary?
All right, so I'm going to try to use the share screen. Will have to say this is not something I've done before, so Stacy Smith might have to coach me. Nope, I can't. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Dan, are you still the host?
No, ma'am, that's Adrian. Okay. Adrian, if you are listening, if you could enable screen sharing.
Adrian is on the line, yes. There she is. Ms. Williams, are you working on it? She's unmuted.
Let me check. Nope.
Do you think Pamela's going to her head? Yep. Okay. She's working on it.
Yep. There we go.
Great.
So, in response to Ms. Newton's question, I've asked Missy Wally to join us this morning as well. And just going to show you some graphics of some things we're working on. This is the cover sheet or the cover page of what we're working on. When we started understanding the challenges that we were facing, especially when the determination was made that we would remain closed for on-site instruction, we knew that there would be a considerable concern with a number of our students, the vast majority of our students, having that interrupted learning and what the impact would be long term. So when we were reviewing what assets we had and what made sense to think about how we could address that going into the next school year, we had, as part of the PLC pilot, we had teams of teachers who had already been through a lot of the exercises that we thought were going to be important, such as identifying the essential standards. What are those standards that were missed over the last 9 weeks of school? How would we know if kids learned them? How would we assess for that? How would we respond? So Missy pulled together teams of teachers from the PLC pilot and others that have done similar work and have shown success. For instance, I know Bismarck has shown great success over the last few years. They were not part of the PLC pilot, but they have been using those components, those practices and processes in their school. So some folks there were pulled in and a number of others around the state. So we created this playbook, and it's to tackle unfinished learning, and it will give teachers and principals not a mandate, but a roadmap, playbook, if you will, to assess how they need to approach it. And it can be tailored for each district, as each district, each school in a district may have different needs. So that's one of the things that I wanted to show you, just to see what kind of graphics. And then I bring your attention down to the bottom of that page. The governor launched the Arkansas Ready. When we're talking about Ready for Business, we're talking about the Parks and Tourism have a an initiative they're working on, so we just piggybacked on that, and we're calling it Arkansas Ready for Learning, sharing some of the same types of graphics so we can show that this is a coordinated approach by our state to respond to the COVID-19 emergency and to move forward from that. And when it comes to education, I really feel like we can be stronger than we were before. So then the other thing I want to show you is a web page that we have, if I have that. I'm going to find that. I'm going to turn it over to Missy so she can describe the process, and then I'm going to find that web page and that link, and then I'll pull that back up so y'all can see where we're putting some of this information that's going to be out there.
Okay, Missy, are you with us?
Good afternoon. I'm Missy Wally, Director of Special Projects. Thank you for having me this afternoon. We started the project, I guess, probably the second week in April, and I reached out to all of the PLC project administrators, and they pretty much took it and ran with it. Excited to share the work that they've been through over the last couple of years. So what we did is we started with creating collaborative teacher teams, and each principal reached out and took a team or section. So you have a principal who coordinated all of the kindergarten teachers, one who coordinated all of the first grade, all the way up to high school ELA. So we did math and ELA, and we had the teachers, and they were from across the state, but they met together. We had more than one school district. So the kindergarten team, I think there were 10 to 12 teachers on that team, and they were from 2 or 3 different schools. They met together to decide which essential standards that they were going to write unit plans for, and then they started writing assessments and unit plans. And then what we did on the flip side of that is we included a blank template so that even though the teachers went through and determined which essential standards that they were going to address and write unit plans for, districts who wanted to do something on a different essential standard could use those templates in that process to do the work in their district. And we've got there were about 130 educators who worked on the unit plans that are now being cleaned up in communications to get ready to publish.
Terrific.
And I have found the right page here, so now I can show that to you as well. As you see here, I'm not sure if this is live yet, but when this goes live, this will provide what we hope is a one-stop shop. You know, we wanted to do this so that it would be a resource for teachers by teachers. And as Missy said, they have taken this and run with it. And just to point out that they've done this work while they are still engaged in teaching their own students. And I can't say enough about these teams that came together. But as you see through this page, there are a number of tools, a number of other links to show or to give resources for those educators around the state to be able to review. And this is what the unit plans are going to look like. This is where I think a lot of the bulk of the work is going to happen. We addressed issues with social emotional resources under Guide for Life. So Stacy's team has been very helpful in creating this, but I'll show you what, just to click the kindergarten unit plan. So here's an example of what our educators are going to find when they get here. They're going to find units, they're going to find rubrics, they will find links to the standards, math, literacy, and it's all here, and will be an easy to find place that teachers can go and determine what they need and how they can move forward with their own students and their own classes. So with that, Madam Chair, we will be glad to take any questions.
Do I have questions from any board members or comments or compliments?
Yes, this is Stacy McAdoo. I have a question.
Okay, Ms. McAdoo.
I saw somewhere earlier where they said that they were going to put out the bio of the teachers that participated. Has that happened? Do we know who they are, or when we'll be able to see? who participated in this initiative?
Yeah, that's in the link as well. So here's the list of the Guiding Coalition. So as we go through, I think we're missing some pictures from some of the team, but these were a number of the principals, and I think the teams of the collaborative teams are also posted here. So yes, Ms. McAdoo, those are all will be part of this web page when it goes live. And maybe Missy can tell me if it's gone live at this point, because I apologize, I don't know if it has or not.
I don't think it has completely gone live yet, but they are working on putting pictures in there with the collaborative teacher teams today. And I do want to add on those unit plans, once those unit plans were done, we had a group of special ed teachers and LEA supervisors who came in behind and made sure to put in some accommodations and modifications within those unit plans.
So we'll make sure this link gets sent out as soon as, I think it was undergoing some final edits. So when it's ready to go out, we'll make sure we send it out to all of you.
Are these unit plans like a whole year of kindergarten, or just like the last 9 weeks of kindergarten, that sort of thing?
The way they are written, kindergarten used their standards, their essential standards, and they used the rubrics to kind of determine which ones the standards they had not taught or the students had not mastered. So those kindergarten unit plans, they did about 4 weeks worth, and those will be used by first grade teachers so that first grade teachers can recover some of that lost learning for kindergarten. And then the same thing, second grade will use what first grade wrote.
That was what I was hoping it was. Good.
I so appreciate this work and what's been done in a short period of time, I think by any metric. Secretary Key, I was wondering if kind of bridging us from where we're at right this moment through it to the summer, can you just kind of opine on how are kids doing, how are families, teachers, what you're hearing, a general state of education right now?
Yeah, it's really interesting. We've really been able to understand some of the differences across the state with the capacity to adjust to this type of learning. And Arkansas was really unique in that we made a pretty seamless transition. It may not have felt very seamless if you were at a school in the middle of it, but just on a statewide basis, a number of states had to shut down. And when they closed schools until they could develop systems to ramp back up. Because of our work with AMI over the last few years, we were already better poised. It was just a matter of the districts going back and expanding their AMI plans to cover what started as a few weeks and then became the last quarter of the year. I think just certainly don't have any hard data on this, but just from feedback that we've received, it's what you would expect. You have some parents who hit the limit, the tolerance limit of being able to just cope with this type of learning at home. You've had some that have embraced it and actually have found it enjoyable. You find teachers that have expressed frustration because they can't find their kids. They don't know if their students are engaged. I mean, they're not seeing any signs of engagement, and so they're really trying to reach out in multiple ways to find, okay, what's going on with my kids? So that's, all those things that we're learning are informing us as we prepare for next school year. The governor's made it very clear he expects next school year to start. It will be on site and all those things. But we also know that public health experts tell us the possibility of a resurgence of the COVID-19 situation is very possible, and some say very probable, very likely. So we have to be prepared to adjust to that. We want to be on site, but we also want learning to continue if we can't be on site. So we are working now with trying to create systems, platforms, and all the elements necessary to move into next fall, ready to be on site, but also ready to adjust if on site is not if on site instruction gets interrupted again. Will it be statewide? As far as interruptions, we don't know. We're working with the health department now to work on those types of contingencies. Could it be regional? Could it be county? Could it be by districts? All of those are going to, all those decision points will depend on the public health data, and that's something where we're very blessed in Arkansas to have Dr. Smith and his team, because he has a number of experts in epidemiology and public health that can help us with that. So, you know, we want to be able to say that the kids are well, but you know, we know that because we can't see them on a day in, day out basis in our schools, you know, we know there will be some question marks there. But I'm very proud of the work that our teachers across the state have done to stay engaged, to you know, whether by meal deliveries or by delivery of AMI packets or by the Zoom meetings or phone calls or whatever media they've chosen to try to reach out. I know they've used multiple methods to do that.
Thank you. I know the board feels a deep appreciation to everyone in the division and everyone that has stepped into the breach and taken care of so many people. I hope you'll convey how the gratitude that we feel. Wish there was more that we could do, and I guess we'll continue to listen and learn for that, but thank you.
We'll pass that along. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I have a question kind of along those same lines. I know teachers have done an excellent job just coming in and just, I mean, one day moving from in-class instruction to the next day online instruction. And I've been so very proud and very thankful of all that they've done. But have we given any thought this summer in maybe the summer PD that the division has plans of doing some professional development for teachers on how to effectively deliver really good online instruction? Because I know it's kind of been a learn as we do process, but I'm sure that teachers would appreciate, you know, if we get back into this situation sometime during the school year next year, having had a little bit more preparation and a little bit more instruction. And I know as a teacher, I would have loved to have had some if I was going to be put into it, you know, beforehand. But if we could do something along that lines, maybe this summer.
Yeah, that's part of the overall plan that we're working on now. Is we're looking at some of our state, and maybe even national resources that we can bring in to help provide that level of professional development, you know, that type of professional development for teachers. That's part of the ESSER funds. That's part of the CARES Act funding that for not just K-12 but also higher education. To provide training for faculty to be able to know how to deliver effectively an online lesson. So yes, ma'am, that's definitely on our list. We hope to have some, you know, we just issued PD guidance for limited on-site PD. I mean, so a lot of the things that we're working on, regarding summer professional development, we kind of had to marry that with the health department guidelines for small and large venues. And so just this week, we were able to get that out, and I think Dr. Pfeffer sent that out yesterday or day before. I think this is Thursday. So, you know, it was one of the days this week that went out. So yes, ma'am, that's, and so now that we have that guidance, we know how many people can, you know, be in an auditorium or how many people can be in a conference room, what precautions there are. So some of that had to be taken care of before we could really start ramping up our planning for the content.
Thank you.
What about summer classes over the summer? Our districts have you heard, are some doing virtual options? What does that look like? Are y'all encouraging that, or what's going on there.
We are encouraging virtual options for summer school. We do not have guidance issued at this point for on-site services during the summer. That's something we are working on. It's not just the summer school issue. It's also certain testing, certain evaluations for students with special needs, therapies, AP test, makeup sessions, ACT through the summer. So there are a number of those elements that we are working right now with the health department and trying to get recommendations to the governor as far as an announcement and when that announcement can be made and when we can open up with the necessary precautions.
That's great. And I'm assuming they'd be able to use the funding from the CARES Act for summer learning
They can, yes.
opportunities. Thank you. Thank y'all for all your work.
Do we know yet about the ACT, the June 13th date for that, the one that was postponed from April?
It is, my understanding is ACT is moving forward with the summer test dates to be on site, and that's part of what we are trying to get our guidance ready. Dr. Pfeffer's been working on that directly with the health department, with Ms. Whitlow, and let her talk about that.
I'm trying to make sure I'm remembering correctly.
Can you
but,
all hear Dr. Pepper? No.
No.
Okay. She'll tell me and I will translate. Okay, so any superintendents or parents or people watching, stay tuned for May the 22nd for a decision about the June 13th test date, and it could be postponed from there, but that would be the earliest date when we would probably hear something. Okay, and they will be working with the Department of Health, so the schools, if they let them do it, and they have more than 10 or 50 students, then the social distancing. The other question I wondered, because PLCs have been so effective in the schools, I wonder if we could encourage teachers to do like online PLCs, so everybody that's teaching biology have a place they can go, and the teachers can say, here's what I wish I'd have known, and here's what I did that worked really well, and back and forth, because every teacher that's teaching something, there are many other teachers in the state that are doing the same thing. So have it sort of like the PLC model where all those people I see Miss Swally has it. Okay, go ahead, Miss.
That is something that we are planning on, is to continue that collaboration and having those Zoom meetings where because we have so many rural school districts in the state of Arkansas, that these singletons can jump on these collaborative calls with the other teachers and continue this unit planning. So I'm hoping that something has started for the state as a result of this.
Terrific, thank you. There's nothing new under the sun, right? Okay, Secretary, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am, that completes my report.
Okay, any other questions from board members before we go to public comment? Ms. Wendell, did we have any public comment? We did not have any, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn. And thank you all so much for your time and your lack of breaks.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore, do you want to move to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you so very much and your service and student focus to the children of this state.
Aye.